So right now we are in the midst of our welcome and introductions. Our first session, Grant Writing 101, this morning with is going to be with Miss Shaniqua Risher from Risher Consulting. And I'll give you the introduction for Miss Risher when she jumps on so that we can talk to you a little bit more about what some of the resources that she has and the work that she does outside of this particular space. But grant writing 101. So we'll spend our first half of the morning learning about the basics of grants. What is grant funding? How to use secure grant funding and some of the main components of grants, grant writing. And then we have a break at 10:45 and she'll continue with grant writing 101. And then we'll break for lunch from 12 to 1. And after lunch, we come back and Catherine Yon from Florida State University is going to talk to us about searching for external funding. Catherine has some amazing experience. She is in our College of Education. We have an Office of Research that supports faculty and students in terms of identifying funding for research as well as programs that we do as a part of our work. So Catherine's going to share with you some of the insights in how to search a few databases that are national or federal databases as you're searching for awards, potential awards for the work that you do. And when I say awards, I mean grant awards, grant funding. And then we'll have another break at 2 from 2 to 2:15. And then at 2:15, from 2:15 to 3:30, to Daryl Stark, who is at the University of Connecticut, will share with us about writing grants specifically for co-curricular programs. And I think you'll enjoy if you had to make sure that you start any part of this that you don't want to miss. I would say that Daryl's session will be it, mainly because it'll definitely be more contextualized in terms of co-curricular programs. He'll talk to you about the components of the definitely of a grant application as you're going to get that high level this morning. And then he's going to talk about what are some of the ways that you can tell your story about how you are impacting students and what needs you might be serving at the university and how that contributes to the greater well-being of your students. So that session will definitely be a lot more focused on higher education grants. He'll also share some insights from his own personal experience with grant writing, and he's definitely been successful. And I'll give you a little bit of that highlight when I introduce him to you, but then he'll share some of that as he's going through his presentation. And then we'll end the afternoon with me in thinking about planning for your first proposal or for your initial proposal. What does that look like? What are some of the things that you need to do as it relates to preparing to actually take some steps forward with applying all of the learning that you have had here today? So you won't leave without homework. I don't know about y'all, but we got to have some homework and some opportunity to actually practice what you are going to leave here, the knowledge that you'll leave here with. Um, okay. So it looks like I think one of our presenters, Dominic, is having a hard time getting in and saying that she needs an authorized email to join. I'm not quite sure what that means.
Okay, we'll contact our tech person and see if we can help.
I will let her know that was her calling. Just a second. Okay, y'all give me just 1 second and we'll be right with you.
While we are working on helping the presenter get in, I just wanted to make a housekeeping note that we are recording so that we will have all of these wonderful sessions and information available later. If you are forced to step away for a moment, hopefully we'll be able to capture the information and present it back to the group at another time.
Awesome. Okay, I think we're all good now. We got in, and I wanted to, just in case, I think you've already received this link, but I wanted to make sure you got it again. The link to the Google Drive that has all of the handouts and the presentation slides for your future use. And then we'll also add any additional resources that the presenters share with you, and make sure that those get added to the repository for your future use. All right, so now that we have everybody here, I wanted to tell you a little bit more about our first presenter. And you also have access to the, in the program, her bio, along with all the rest of our facilitators' bios. But our first facilitator is Miss Shaniqua Risher. Miss Risher has an extensive background as a grant writer and development professional in education and workforce development sectors. She served as a reviewer with the Department of Education and the Department of Labor. She's also the owner and principal consultant of Risher Consulting, a full-service consulting firm specializing in education, workforce development, and nonprofit consulting. With over 15 years of experience in the public and private sector, Risher Consulting is built upon integrity and execution. They work closely with nonprofit organizations and executive management teams to build capacity through a customized and personalized approach. She's raised more than $5 million since 2015 for clients and continues to work with organizations to help raise funds for day-to-day and programming operations. Shaniqua also works with various faith-based institutions to create new startup initiatives to further promote their core mission by assisting individuals and communities on a larger scale. She's a sought after speaker and has published 3 books, Living a Fake Life for a Real God, God Morning, 60 Mornings with God, and The Boy Who Would Be King, 7 Lessons from the Life of David. Additionally, she founded At the Cross Global Ministries, a paraministry whose focus is on local and global outreach. She's a licensed minister and serves as the Silver Saints community leader at Disciple Central Community Church. She also has previously served as missions community leader for 5 years. Shaniqua holds a Bachelor's of Art degree in government from the University of Texas at Austin and a Master of Arts degree in Christian education from Dallas Baptist University. We are excited to have Ms. Risher with us today, and I know that you are in for a wealth of knowledge. So thank you, Ms. Risher, for being here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
So we are going to start. I think you'll just give me a cue whenever you are ready.
Okay. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. Dr. Bertrand-Jones, she did a phenomenal introduction, so I don't necessarily know what more I can add, but just to highlight a little bit more about this particular space, I have been in the nonprofit space for nearly 20 years. So I've worked in this particular landscape when it comes to fundraising, development, and grant writing for a number of years for a number of different organizations. As she mentioned, I've worked for higher ed, K through 12 education, as well as childcare group. And I have had the pleasure to serve numerous times as a grant reviewer for the Department of Education and Department of Labor. And actually, later on this afternoon, I have another call with them because I will be serving again later in July. And I love serving as a grant reviewer because it allows me the opportunity to be able to just see what the process looks like from a federal review standpoint, and what the reviewers are looking for when it comes to grants. And so I'm able to then implement that and put it into my own writing and repertoire, as well as share it with other people. So what we do is, as an organization, next slide, what we do with my company again is that I work specifically with small to mid-sized nonprofits and businesses. My goal is to help them find the resources and the work to support what they're doing, and within the community, as well as with the businesses. I specifically focus on small to mid-sized because I do recognize that there is a disparity within philanthropy when it comes to not only race and economics, but then just again, also some of the smaller nonprofits, they don't necessarily have the resources that are more readily available to larger nonprofits. So there's a gap in funding and how funding is being distributed and dispersed throughout the communities as well as to businesses. And so for me, this is another way that I'm able to give back by focusing on this particular niche, because it allows me to kind of just bring other individuals and other organizations and people up to the level where they can competitively compete with some of the larger nonprofits and businesses that are looking for funding. So that's kind of what we do as my business with Risher Consulting. But let's go ahead and jump into this Grant Writing 101. The reason why I want to do this is just kind of going to be an overview of the grant process for you, things that you need to look for when it comes to being a when it comes to writing grants. It's a very competitive space, so be aware of that. Most people don't realize that the actual percentage rate for successful grant writers or grant proposals is really it's less than 50%, or around 50%, a little bit less than that, when it comes to successful proposals getting awarded. So don't be disheartened by the no's. I tell all of my clients that, and I also tell people that take my grant writing courses, don't be disheartened by the no's, because that's just another opportunity for you to grow and learn and determine exactly what it is that you need to do in order to improve on what you're doing. So we'll go ahead and get started. So from the grant overview, I've kind of taken different pieces for this afternoon, excuse me, for this morning to go over with you when it comes to grants. But I wanted to kind of go over just some of the different things that you need to look for. So the first thing, just a grant overview. I have 6 tenets that I look at when it comes to grant writing that I believe everyone should know, and it kind of goes over the different things that also interact with as far as the components of a grant. So that information would be very useful for you as you are moving forward in your grant writing and as you're submitting projects and proposals for review and seeking to get those things funded. So the first thing that you need to realize when it comes to writing grants is that you need to create a compelling story. Creating a compelling story, what exactly does that mean? Well, it basically means what it sounds like. You need to be able to create a story from a written perspective that allows those who are reviewing your application to find the passion that you have for your project or your proposal, to be able to understand why you're doing what you're doing, to be able to understand what your vision is, and to be able to have your cover letter and your needs statement. But creating a compelling story is really key when it comes to writing a grant, because grant reviewers are often reading several grants. They're going through several grants. When I read For my federal grants, literally we're reading 10 different applications when we're serving as a reviewer, at minimum 10 different applications, and all of the components together, probably about ends up being about 100 pages. Probably make at least, I think I've had is maybe 75. So imagine going through all of that information and reading all of that, and the story, quite frankly, being boring, or the need and everything is not necessarily addressed, or it's not something that's compelling that makes me want to be able to give you money. So it's really key if you make sure that you're writing a compelling story. And then some of the grant components of that, at the end, it's going to be making sure that you're writing and creating your vision, that you're putting together a cover letter, as well as a needs statement. And I'll go over all of that a little bit more in depth as we continue to move on this morning. The next thing is that you want to make sure that you are articulating your aspirations. So what does that mean? You want to make sure that you are effectively communicating to those funders, to your readers, to the reviewers, exactly what it is that you want to do. You want to make sure that they understand the complete idea and scope of your project and proposal, and that you understand that they understand what it is, where you're starting and then where you're ending, and so what exactly that looks like as far as your goals and your objectives. And then also you want to make sure that we're going to talk about here when it comes to your letter of inquiry, your LOI. And so you'll be able to see that as well, and how that ties into articulating your aspiration. I won't go into that much detail when it comes to the data and evaluation portions of it, but I do want to just highlight that is that we want to make sure that your data set and your information is defined, and that you're, number one, using reliable resources to be able to support what you're putting forward from a data standpoint. But then also you want to be able to show that, hey, what exactly is that particular need that's there? What are you proposing? What data supports it? And so data, there are a number of different ways that you can look at data and pull data. Again, I know that we have another presenter that's going to go over that information more in depth, but that's just something for you to know. And then again, that employing your evaluation. A lot of people, especially when it comes to just even the nonprofit sector, I know that you all are with institutions of higher learning, and so yours may be just a little bit different as far as an expectation. But a lot of people overlook the need and the necessity for evaluation. It's crucial if you are seeking grant funds at this point, especially in this day and age, that you want to make sure that you are able to show and implement and track your success, and how are you going to measure and evaluate your success. A lot of people forget this and overlook the need for this, but there are many people that are proposing great ideas, but there are not as many people that are actually being successful with what they propose. So evaluation is key to what you're doing and how you're doing it, because people want to be able to know, are you successful in what you propose, and how are you going to measure your success? What are those, again, aligning even when it comes to your goals and objectives. So how are you measuring that you actually implemented and did what you said that you were going to do? And how did you say that if you were successful or not? The last thing is formalizing your finances. Dealing with, for you guys, most often it's going to be more so just dealing with program budgets, but I'm just going to touch a little bit on just overall budgets that you need to look for. But I'm going to deep dive into your financials when it comes to your program budget. And then I know that we have another speaker that's looking at finding funders. So that's some information that they can go over a little bit more in depth for you. But those are really the 6 tenets that you need to look at when it comes to a grant overview as well. So we can go to the next slide, and let's talk about your vision, selling your vision. With selling your vision, you want to make sure that you are using persuasive writing techniques. When we were in grade school and middle school, and some in high school, we all took these courses on how to be a persuasive writer. And most people probably thought, yeah, I never have to use this again. But you do. And you don't necessarily even just have to use it from a grant standpoint. We use persuasive writing techniques in just our everyday lives when we're speaking with other individuals, when we're sending text messages, when we're trying to convey a specific point and we want people to come to be on our side. Even when you're Facebook postings, you're most likely conveying and using persuasive writing. But when it comes to grants specifically, the reason why you want to be able to do that is because, again, you're telling people about a particular vision that you have, and you want to make sure that you are being persuasive in your writing and in your techniques for them to be able to understand and track what you're doing, why you're doing it, and all of those particular things. So again, you want to make sure that your approach to your writing is very persuasive. You want to make sure that you're selling your vision. You people may not say it this much, but again, you're selling your vision. You also want to make sure that you are telling your story. And so what does that mean? Why are you proposing this particular project? What is so important about the project that you're proposing? What is the need that you're seeing? If you have a personal story that you tie into that, if you're an organization, if it's a particular area, for instance, that you want to focus on, if it's and just to kind of give you an example, with some of the I used to work for an HSI, Hispanic Serving Institution. And so the neighborhood that we were located in, again, had a high population of Hispanic students. So as a part of the writing, I needed to tell the story of the neighborhood that we were serving. So in order to do that, I had to, again, craft the story in a way, and the vision in the way to tell what the landscape was, what was the socioeconomic rate within a particular area, the high school graduation rate. So all of those things go into telling a particular story and also crafting where you can share your vision. The next thing is that, again, you want to share what your vision is. So this is where you're starting to tell people, this is the proposal, this is what it is right now, but then this is what it actually can be moving forward. So you want to be able to share what your vision is when it comes to your project and your proposal. Don't forget to be able to do this, because it's key. Again, when you're telling your entire vision, you want to show people where the start is and where the potential end is, and how you can be a part of that end and how they can be a part of that end. You always want to make sure that you are writing to your particular funders and what their lens is and what their interest is, and inviting them on the journey to help solve whatever problem your proposal is focusing on. So sharing your vision is really key with that. The next thing that you want to do is, next point. The next thing is you want to tell them they need to help. And how they can help. And so let's talk about they need to help and why they need to help. So again, if you are working from the landscape of seeking even federal dollars, and I just use this as an example, why does the federal government need to be able to help individuals that may be an institution that's serving an HSI, a Hispanic Serving Institution? Well, from the federal government standpoint, education is key. The more educated a particular population may be, that means that there is a greater income as well, that increases the tax base and the infrastructure. It also can decrease the crime rate as well as poverty. So you need to be able to tell them why they need to help and why they need to join you in doing what you're going to do. So those are key things that you need to be able to do when you're crafting your vision. Again, it's not just about being persuasive with your writing, telling the story and sharing your vision. You want to be able to show, again, and tell them why they need to join you and what you are proposing and how they can effectively actually do that. So selling your vision is key throughout the entire grant process and the grant writing process. And when it comes to your data, your measurement, your evaluation, keep in mind everything that I've just spoken about when it comes to selling your vision, because that is key. And that should be, again, not just in your need statement or in the very beginning, that should be in every aspect of what your written proposal, what you're putting forward. Your vision and all of those key components that I just described are key for you when it comes to the overall grant writing process. So let's talk a little bit about the components of a grant. So there are several different components of a grant that you need to be aware of. There are things when it comes to grant writing that you have to understand that not all applications are the same. Some grant applications, you know, they may use a common application, but for the most part, each funder is using their own application, and their applications will tell you what is important to them and what you need to focus on. So you want to make sure that you're looking at each question individually, answering it fully. However, there are some standard things that are a part of all grant applications that you will have to that you will have to be aware of, and those are things that you're going to have to be able to again speak to when it comes to a grant. So you're going to have to know about the ask. You're going to have to know about your executive summary, a cover letter, a needs statement, and again, your goals and objectives, and how all of those things, again, flow back to what I highlighted before when it came to your 6 tenets. Understanding all of those things are, again, the components of a grant. So let's kind of do a deep dive into the first one, which is going to be the ask. So most of the times when you are working with a particular funder, especially if you're working with a funder from a federal or a state level, a lot of times they're going to give you the specific grant parameters. So they'll already tell you, hey, this is the grant ceiling is $1 million and the grant floor is $500,000. So they'll kind of give you what that is and you build your budget on that. But there will also be other funders that say, hey, how much do you want? What are you asking for? And so I want to make sure that I'm preparing you effectively for even understanding what the ask is and how that should look for you. So you need to understand, like, how much do I ask? What is the appropriate amount that you need to ask for? And so in order to do that, you need to then look at, well, what is it that I need to do X, Y, and Z? So how can I effectively put forth my program and my proposal? And so you need to do kind of what we call count the cost. And so be able to look at what actually do I need to have in order to successfully implement my program or my project. And there are a number of different ways that you need to look at that. So one of the things that you need to look at is, of course, there you have your hard cost, you know, so if it's a supply or some equipment, and again, we'll go over that when it comes to building your budget, but that's a hard cost. Great. But how much is your time? What is your time worth? And given an estimate of the number of hours that you want to put forth. The one thing that you don't want to do is ask for an insufficient amount of money in order for you to implement your proposal or your project. So it's really key that you truly assess what your project costs are, and including all of that. And again, we'll go over that when it comes to the budget, but all of that will help you appropriately allocate and figure out what the appropriate money will be or the ask will be that you're looking for. You also need to look at, do you have multiple funders? So if you're having multiple funders support your project or your proposal, that's going to then impact even the amount of asks that you may ask for funder A versus funder B. Funder B may have a greater budget to be able to support you, but funder A may want to hone in on a specific part of your budget and your proposal, a specific part of your proposal or project that you're putting forward. So again, you want to make sure that your ask is appropriate to the funder and what what they have given you, the guidelines as far as what they want to be able to do. Also, do you have guaranteed dollars? I've seen a lot of federal requests that ask for matches, and so that goes into guaranteed dollars. Do you already have funders that have put forward and said, hey, we're going to fund XYZ for you, and then the federal government or even other funders look at that also from when it comes to a match standpoint. So are those guaranteed dollars that you already have? If you're doing something that may have a fee associated with it, again, make sure that you are looking at that from a budget standpoint, and that you're accurately anticipating what those gross receipts will be from those particular fees, because again, that even counts as guaranteed dollars. It's also crucial for you to look at a funder's history. What do they fund and how much? Even if you're dealing with federal applications, look and see if you can do the research to figure out, in this particular phase, who have they awarded grant dollars to before? Whatever the institution or the funder may be, if they have a history of funding particular grants, do the research. Take the time, do the research, because that's going to help you figure out how much money that you should be asking for. And it's also going to help you figure out, is what you are proposing and what you're seeking to do in alignment with what they seek to help fund and support, because you don't want to waste your time. That's so key. I see so many smaller nonprofit organizations and just even businesses, they're putting forth proposals, and they're just writing and submitting, but it's not in alignment with what the funder is looking for. So if you know someone has a passion for animals and the environment, then don't go asking them to support a program on education and for inner city youth, or supporting women of color in their businesses. That's great. That's great that you want to do that, but that's not in alignment with what the funder wants to do and where their dollars are going forward. So you want to make sure that you do your due diligence on the front end when it comes to doing research on your funder's history. And again, that's across the board. It doesn't matter if it's a funder. It doesn't matter if it is a government entity, whomever it may be. Do your research on the front end, because that will craft in your language that you're going to use when it comes to the ask. So again, also when it comes to the ask, next slide, you want to make sure that you're looking at the examples of also building out what's needed in each year. So if you have a multi-year project that you're putting forward, your startup costs may be much leaner than your year 3 cost. So as you see here, I've given this year 1, 2, and 3. So there's a 10,000, 30,000, 75,000. If you're proposing a program that you want to be able to reach, let's say 250 participants in the community, or serve 250 participants, what does that mean? Well, year 1, you're just getting off the ground. You're just doing your marketing, you're doing your research, you're doing all of your lead work. Year 2 is when you may have those cohorts or those participants coming on board, when they may be going through the program. Year 3 may be when you're at top capacity, when you have your top staffing costs associated with it. You have your top participant costs associated, your if you're doing any type of graduation ceremonies or anything like that, participant completion ceremonies, anything along those lines. So that may be your greatest cost, as well as that also isn't going to be often your evaluation will be included throughout, but the bulk of your evaluation and measurement also may come at the end, because your evaluators will be doing a complete look at the program. So all of that, again, goes into the ask and what you're going to ask for, and making sure that you're looking at your budget in its entirety, excuse me, across the board when it comes to, again, not just year 1, year 2, year 3, but however many years your proposal or your project is proposing. And a lot of times we see a lot of multi-year proposals, especially if you're looking at those state and federal funding dollars. They're not just asking for a proposal or something for 1 year. They're really putting forth a lot of financials and a lot of money, a lot of money towards whatever you're seeking to fund. So you need to be able to make sure that your ask is fully taken care of and encompassing all of the levels and the years that are going forward within a particular grant. Excuse me, I need to take a sip of water. And I know that I'm going over a lot of things right now, and I see a couple of different questions that are being dropped in the chat. We will have an opportunity for a Q&A later on so that you can ask me all of the questions that you may have. So don't fret on that. So you will be having an opportunity to do that, because I do want to make sure this is interactive. I know that I'm giving you a lot of information right now, but my key, my hope is, again, to be able to help you. And so I can give you the information right now, but truly the Q&A is going to be the opportunity for us to kind of engage and for us to do a little bit more learning. We can go to the next slide. So when it comes to funders, a lot of things people forget to do is they ask, where do you find the history on a funder? A lot of funders have that information already on their website. So I give you an example. A lot of people don't recognize, but the Bank of America is not only does the Bank of America also support and give out funds, but as a banking institution, they also oversee a lot of trust. And so people who have set up trusts, once they've either passed on or they've given a certain amount of money, and they're asking the bank to oversee that. And so you literally can even go through the Bank of America website, their philanthropy website, to be able to find out information about who they've supported in the past. You can do that from any federal government website. You can even do an open records request. I've done all of that when it comes to looking and researching and finding the history about funders. If you want to be successful with grant writing, again, I highly encourage you take the time to be able to do that. And again, that's something that I do is kind of going down a rabbit hole, but it allows me to write a better proposal for my clients. Also looking at our IRS 990s, if you are looking for funding from nonprofits, foundations, anything along those lines, if they are filing a 990, trust me, go and pull the 990. Most of them have it on their website, but if they don't, you can even pull it from the IRS. But a 990 tells you a wealth of information. It tells you who those organizations have funded in the past. It tells you how much they have funded in the past. It even tells you the board of directors' names, and if the board of directors is getting compensation. So don't forsake looking at a 990. There are a lot of different tidbits and nuggets that you can find there. And then again, where to find the history is because you want to understand the grant parameters. Again, you want to be able to see and know how the particular funders have funded proposals and projects historically, and also seeing, again, have they switched. I've seen a number of funders switch within this past year and a half, switch their focus to helping individuals, people of color, women, not only from nonprofit standpoint, but even when it comes to business. Be aware of how funders' priorities can change. Funders' priorities can evolve through time. And again, that's not just foundations and funders, that's also even the federal government. We've seen with COVID and the pandemic, we've seen so many dollars that have been released out there to be able to help small businesses, to be able to help health disparities. So there's a variety of money that's been put forth now, and that are dollars that are out there that you can literally go and see, how does this apply to my project or proposal that I want to put forward. And again, because the funders or the government or whomever you want to look at, they have changed their grant parameters. So in that instance, history may not necessarily help you as far as who they fund, but it will help you in how much they funded. Again, because you want to make sure that you're asking appropriate when it comes to that ask. And again, looking at those, again, at multiple years. And when in doubt, call and ask. I pick up the phone all the time and ask a funder questions, even when it comes to the government, especially when you're working in sam.gov and you're uploading documents. But don't be afraid to call and ask a funder questions. And then one reason that you do that is because you need clarity when it comes to your proposal. But another reason that you do that is because you want them to also know you and to be able to get to know you and what you're proposing. And that allows them to give you feedback on what you're proposing in your project as well. So when in doubt, call and ask. That is a key component. You want to look at, next slide, the types of funding as well. Here, I'm just going to kind of give you a highlight of funding dollars and funding options. The different types of funding, number one, is that you have your operational funding. So operational funding funds your basic operations for a nonprofit organization. So for instance, grant writers, I'm not associated with a particular program, so my fee and my costs will fall under an operation cost. Most executive directors, part of their salary can be accessed to a program cost, but most of the time it's allocated to an operation cost. So you want to look at that type of funding and your funding sources, making sure what you are asking for aligns with that. A lot of funders only support program funding. They don't support a lot of your basic operation funding. So be key and make sure that you're looking at that. Then you have capital funding. Capital funding funds the expenses of building projects or expansion. So if you're building a new building from the ground up, if you're leasing or buying a new building, if you need to have an AC overhaul unit or something when it comes to roofing, all of that goes to capital expansions. I'm located here in the Dallas, Texas area, and we were hit really bad when it came to the Texas winter storms, just from an infrastructure standpoint. And immediately after the storms and everything took place, we saw a lot of nonprofits they came together, the community foundations, and they created funding specific for capital dollars for improvements because of the damage that a lot of nonprofits and businesses suffered to their actual physical buildings. So we saw an influx of capital dollars. Again, that was responsive to an actual need that presented itself because of a natural disaster. And so just be aware of that. But that's what capital funding is. And then lastly, what we'll discuss the majority of is going to be your program funding. And program funding funds specific programs or projects that either a nonprofit or an organization is undertaking. And so that's where you see the bulk of funding going forward when it comes to your projects and proposals. And that's where we're going to talk about the most. Next slide. And so your program and your project funds, these are funds that are used specifically to fund a program or project that, again, the nonprofit or an organization is undertaking. Grant funds are awarded for this purpose and for the sole use to support the program expenses, including program personnel. So remember, as a grant writer, I wouldn't necessarily, or even someone with the development team, a fundraiser, anything along those lines, they're not necessarily associated with an actual program expense. So, but program personnel can be associated with it. So if you're implementing the program, even if you're doing evaluation, all of that is a program expense. And so these expenses are usually outlined in the program budget. And so when we talk about the program budget, you'll be able to see how all of that lines up with what you're seeking your funding for and what you're going to have to be able to explain, not only from a program budget, but even from a program narrative, from a budget narrative. They want to be able to know where your dollars are going, how are you using them, why are you allocating these expenses. So your program and project funds, that's what you're looking for when you're looking for specific funders that can help you fund and implement, again, whatever it is that you propose. But keep in mind, again, those three types of funding, your operational funding, your capital funding, and your program/project funds. Those are generally the three buckets of fundings. Your capital funding, just to make note of, Doing a capital campaign generally is a whole nother ball game versus your traditional operational and program funding and what you're looking for. Generally, that truly you're putting together like architectural diagrams. It's a long-term project because most often you're raising millions of dollars in order to go into a new facility, to build something new, depending on what the scope of it is. So you all probably won't deal with that a lot, but just know, even when it comes to like your university systems, their development office and all of that, they're dealing with capital funds and those long-term funding sources and raising those dollars. So you may not necessarily have to deal with that, but just know that all of that is under the development umbrella when it comes to fundraising. But specifically for you, you're looking for projects and programs that will support, you're looking for funders that will support your program and your projects. So let's go to the next thing, talking about a cover letter and why is a cover letter so important. So when it comes to a cover letter, you need to remember that get to the point quickly. So a cover letter is different than a needs statement, and a cover letter is different than an executive summary. So with a cover letter, it literally is you are introducing yourself to an organization. So you want to make sure that you're getting to the point quickly. The second thing is that you want to make sure that you are, next point. You want to make sure that you're not repeating proposal information. So I want to really highlight this again, because this is going to be something that's different from your proposal, your letter of inquiry, your executive summary. You want to make sure that you're not repeating any of the information in your proposal, because that is going to be the key thing, again, that you're kind of introducing. So it's almost a teaser that you're putting forward in your cover letter, so for people to be able to know just a little bit about you and about what you're doing. And then the third part of it is that you want to make sure that you are reflecting your understanding of the grant and your funder's requirement in the cover letter. So this speaks to directly, again, what the priorities are when it comes to your funder, and what they're seeking to do and why they're seeking, or they've even opened it up for proposals and RFPs. So again, this is key when it comes to your cover letter. You want to make sure that you're getting to the point quickly, that you are not repeating proposal information, and that you're reflecting your understanding of the funders' requirements and overall when it comes to the grant. In the first paragraph of your cover letter, you should be short and focused. So you should really, again, just be able to introduce who you are, your organization, your funders, and how much money you are requesting and why. Your first paragraph, again, should be very succinct and should be just, again, an overview of who you are as an organization, who you are, what you're proposing, and how much money you are requesting and why you're requesting it. You want to make sure that you include 1 or 2 sentences about what your organization, your school, the project, what you're, overall, and then include 1 research-based point that shows that there is a need for what your organization does. That's key. Again, in that first paragraph, you want to make sure that it's short, sweet, succinct, but focused, but you're highlighting who you are, what you're doing, the money that you're requesting, and a research-based point when it comes to what you're looking for. The next thing, you want to make sure that you include in the next 2 paragraphs, write 1 or 2 more paragraphs that are very brief and succinct as well. And here you want to state your organization's purpose and how it fits into the funder's mission or funding priorities. Again, going back to being persuasive, selling your vision, letting people know, hey, this is who you are and what your focus is. And this is how what I am proposing comes up under that, and how they complement each other. So you want to make sure that you are, again, outlining how it fits into their mission or their funding priorities. Don't leave anything for doubt. Don't think that they will just automatically would say, hey, you know what, this sounds like it fits what we're doing. No, you want to make sure that you're spelling that out for them. And then including the fact that your board of directors, or for you, if it's your school, your executive leadership, making sure that they understand that they are in full support of your project. That's key, because they want to make sure that they want to make sure that everyone is on board, and that there are also no surprises. So a lot of times, right, I'm in the midst of writing a grant actually for the United Way. And a part of that, there is a partnership agreement that states your board knows you are requesting these dollars, your board knows what this funding is for, and all of those things. So a lot of funders want to make sure that the board is on board with what you are doing as well. So that's what's the information that needs to be included in the next two paragraphs. And with your cover letter, you want to make sure that you end your letter with a final summarizing paragraph, and that you include a thought about the funding partnership and target for your particular audience. So again, you want to make sure that you're ending your cover letter with your final summarizing paragraph, and that you include a thought about what the funding partnership can mean for your project's target audience. Again, using my example, if we are writing, or when I was working for I was working for a community college actually, and so working for a community college, and if we were serving again a Hispanic serving institution, and for our local community, what does this particular project mean? How would it have impacted the community that we were serving? So you want to make sure that you're including a thought about why that funding is so important, and how it can move the needle in your project's target audience. All of that needs to go into your cover letter. But remember, it doesn't need to be, and it shouldn't be, a repeat of the information that's actually in your proposal, nor in your executive summary. So totally different things. Make sure that you understand the difference with that. So based on that, let's talk about the executive summary. So what exactly is an executive summary, and what are some of the things that you need to put in an executive summary? So if you're putting forward a full proposal, and they are asking for not only for your proposal, but an executive summary, they're asking for that because they want to be able to share generally a one-pager with their board, with reviewers, with whomever their stakeholders may be, just to be able to say, this is who this project is, this is what we're reviewing. And so with your executive summary, you want to identify the key points in each section of your proposal, and include only those points in the summary. So you want to make sure that you are truly highlighting and encapsulating everything that's in your proposal in a very succinct manner. Nothing that's in depth, but again, you're just highlighting that information. You want to make sure that the key points also match the funder's interest. Again, don't take anything for advantage. Make sure that you are actually clearly letting people know how this is matching what their interests are as a funder, and what they're specifically seeking. You want to make sure that you're pointing that information out. You also only want to use information that has already appeared in some part of your proposal. Don't interject new information here. Again, you want to make sure that it's already in some part of your proposal, that you've already discussed it, and that you're giving, again, succinct overview of those things. The next thing when it comes to your executive summary is that you want to make sure that you are highlighting the key points and using those questions, and think of those things. And I want you to use these questions that you'll have again in the PowerPoint when you have it, but use these things to flesh out your summary. So the first thing is, what are your organization's identity and mission? Make sure that you're identifying yourself clearly. Again, your cover letter is not something necessarily that a board of directors or someone, a stakeholder, is going to see, but your executive summary is. So here, again, you want to flesh out who your organization is, what your mission is, and identify yourself clearly. So if you're putting forward a proposal, again, identify what you're proposing and who this is clearly. Also, what are the proposed programs title, the purpose, and who will it help? Make sure that you're describing the specific need and meeting the and that you're meeting the objectives. Again, all of this information should be in your executive summary. Now, just as an aside, I will tell you, I am wordy. It is extremely hard for me to write executive summaries. And it's also extremely hard for me when it comes to some funders when they give me a character limits. The hardest thing, I literally had to do it Monday, was chop down 4,000 character limits to 2,500 character limits. But think of that also when you keep in mind from your executive summary, because it forces you to be succinct in your writing. It forces you to be clear and to clarify your points, your needs, your objectives. It forces you to do that because they'll tell you you only have one page, maybe two if they're being very gracious. So you have to be able to make sure that you're identifying all of these things, and these questions are leading questions for you. And again, the next question you need to ask is, why is the project important? And what will the project or proposal accomplish? Why is it so important? Remember, what's the target audience? Are you looking to serve those who are coming out of the prison system? Are you looking to serve communities of color? Are you looking to serve those who are looking to go into higher education and they may be first generations? Are you looking to serve immigrant populations? Again, why is the project so important? And what will it accomplish as far as helping your target audience? All of those are questions that you should be asking yourself and putting forward in the executive summary. The next thing, next slide, that you should look for when it comes to your executive summary, again, questions to ask is, why should your organization do the work that you are proposing as opposed to any other group? This is key. And we're going to talk about that in a moment, but this is key. You should really ask that question of yourself, and then make sure you're putting that in one or two sentences in the executive summary. And again, how much the total project will cost, because often those who are looking at your executive summary, they're not looking at the full proposal. So you want to make sure that you are highlighting those key things and letting them know how much the total project will cost, how much you're asking for when it comes to this summary. Again, make sure the summary is brief. I say no more than one page. Sometimes funders are gracious and they're able to give you 2 pages, but it is rare. And then make sure at the end of that, you are thanking the funder for considering your particular request. All of that, it was a lot, has to be implemented and included in your executive summary. But again, it's forcing you into the habit of writing and clarifying your thoughts very succinctly so that you can tell people from a written perspective who you are, what you're doing, what you're trying to propose, how it will impact something. So, we talk about when you're meeting someone, have your elevator pitch. Well, the executive summary is truly your elevator pitch in a written format. So make sure that you have that ready and to go. So I talked a little bit about, next slide, about it's being key to highlight in that summary why you should be the organization doing it. So this goes into what sets you apart, what makes your organization unique, and how are you uniquely qualified to address these particular needs. This is when you have the opportunity to kind of toot your own horn, for you to be able to say, hey, this is the space we've been in, we've been serving, we've been in, again, going back to my particular example, we've been in this community as an Hispanic serving institution for 20 years. We've actually seen the community change, the demographics of the community change. And because of that, we have adjusted how we serve the community. And we know the people and our target audience. All of that is great. But again, what sets you apart from another organization or someone else that's proposing either A, a similar concept, or even B, something that may be totally different, but why is it that it's important that yours is funded? When I am serving as a grant reviewer, when we, for the Department of Labor and Education, all of those proposals are coming to us, and they literally are competing for the same dollars, and they're generally competing within their program parameters or the scope in the same way. But there are various nuances within their proposals that sets them apart from each other. So that's what I'm looking for as a grant reviewer. So you need to keep that in mind as well when you're putting your proposals forward. What sets you apart? What makes you so unique? And why should someone give you money? Because there are a lot of great organizations out there. There are a lot of great projects. There are a lot of great proposals. But why do you want someone to give you money? You need to be able to sell your vision, again, from a persuasive standpoint, how tying in from what we talked about in the beginning, but from a persuasive writing standpoint, and selling yourself and your vision of why it's so important for you to get the funding and for you to do the work and for your project or proposal to go forward. So it's key for you to remember what sets you apart and to think of those things. Next thing, let's look at the need statement. So your need statement, we've talked about that, and this is crucial. Again, when I'm serving as a grant reviewer, literally, and as a grant reviewer, so this just for you to know, the Department of Education, although I've served with the Department of Education and Department of Labor only, I know all federal grants are like this across the board. We are literally given a scoring rubric. And in the rubric, it tells us, hey, did they address this? Did they address this? Did they address this? So let me give you an example. For some of my Department of Education grants that I've reviewed for, one of the things that they've asked is, did they talk about the high school graduation rate either in their particular area and how it compares to the state or how it compares to the US overall? If they didn't address that in the need statement, those are points that are deducted. So let's talk about the need statement in depth. Here, you need to describe the request. Can you go back for a second? Here, you need to describe the request activities, providing detailed information on how will it address the stated need and the impact. So the stated need, again, goes back into, now you can go to the next one, the demographics. And so you're not a bad assistant, but it'll go back into the demographics. And so again, what is your current population? The basics, your age, sex, socioeconomic classification, household income, graduation rate. If you're looking at, if you're doing grants, again, with the Department of Education, I'm just using it as an example, they want to know what's the high school graduation rates for that particular population. What's the college graduation rate for that particular population? So all of those key things that are in demographics that are outlined, you need to also include from your needs statement, because it's setting the tone and telling us, hey, this is the need. You know, there's a disparity here. You know, if 60%, excuse me, if 80% of the state of Texas is graduating, but if a neighborhood in South Dallas only has a graduation rate of 60%, you know, that's a huge disparity. But it also paints the picture of need when it comes to that particular area. So you want to make sure all of that information is included in your need statement. The extras type of information that can go here will be contingent on the type of organization you have and the proposal. So if it's a homeless population, education may be needed. If you're working with children and youth, the level of academic achievement may be needed in comparison to other age groups. If you're working with, let's say, women, if you want to, if women, from a business owner standpoint, when I'm writing grants, when it comes to workforce development, and if I'm writing grants specifically for women, I need to be able to point out that women are, the demographics as far as job creation is changing and it's being driven by women, being able to point that out, but then also show that funding for women, there's a huge gap and disparity there. So again, depending on what you're proposing and what your proposal is, as well as the funder and what they're requesting in the need statement, that will reflect what you need to pull from a demographic standpoint. But again, you want to make sure that you are specifically addressing all of the needs that the funders say that they are looking for, and highlighting when it comes to your demographics. I can't stress that enough, just simply, again, from a federal grant standpoint, because when we're given those rubrics and we're in groups, generally it's about 3 or 4 people that we're discussing the grants with. We're arguing for points. We want those proposals to get those points. But if something is not shown that is clearly highlighted and outlined that needs to be proposed, then that's an issue. So that's the demographics. You want to look at your sustainability. Next slide. You want to be able to look at sustainability. So sustainability is project funds are used specifically to fund a specific project or program that, again, the nonprofit they may be undertaking. This actually looks like it was a repeat from a slide, excuse me. But sustainability is, you want to be able to speak to how will the program be sustainable beyond the outline funding source, or the end of the current funding dollars. So if you're implementing a project, again, if you have received a huge federal award, then as a grant reviewer, and or even as the federal government, they want to say, hey, it's great that you're putting this project together, and we want you to do that, and we're going to give you the money to do it for the first 5 years. But what's going to happen in year 6? Because in year 6, we want to be able to see that you're still doing the work. And so here you need to have a sustainability plan. So make sure that you are putting that forward as well, from a sustainability plan, to be able to show, hey, we have community stakeholders that are joining us, to be able to show that, hey, this project or program, the university system, we need these dollars to get it started, but in year 3, the university system is going to bring it on board under its umbrella to be able to fund it through other dollars, to be able to show that, hey, other funders are interested in this, and to be able to come on board. Or even, again, if it's more so from a fee-based system, you want to be able to show and outline that sustainability is there for your program beyond the grant dollars and the grant funding that you're looking for. That's really key. And then also from a capacity standpoint, just kind of as an added caveat here, we want to be able to show and see that you do have the capacity to do the work. You can't propose that you're going to serve 250 people and every year, and then over a 4-year period, you would have reached 1,000 individuals and only have a staff of 3 people. That doesn't show sustainability nor capacity. So you want to make sure that that is there as well for you. Next slide. Your supporting data. Again, what other sources can corroborate the need that is highlighted? When I worked for after school, when I wrote grants for after school programs, I had to be able to show that, hey, there is data that shows that there is a summer reading loss and a summer math loss when it comes to children. So, they need summer school programs, or even after school programs. Children that are left unattended without a structured program, they often may not complete their homework, or there's a gap in their learning. So again, what other sources can you use to be able to highlight what the specific need is? I love to use the government as sources. So what research, if needed, can be used as evidence? Census data, policy, city, state education data agencies, etc. Again, use the government as resources. They have put forth the money to pull together all of this data to be able to support what they're doing. The Department of Labor has great workforce resources, and you may not even recognize how one entity has information that, again, can impact what you're doing. I can pull data from even the Department of Labor, and it can help me write it can help me write a grant for after school programs. And how would I join those two together? By being able to show that, hey, parents are working more so in this particular area. Data shows that they're working and outside of the home 3 times more likely, and without having after school care, and then therefore it's affecting the child. So again, there are so many different data points out there to be able to successfully to support what you are proposing, but don't be afraid to use that census data. I can't wait for the, you know, the new census data information to be tabulated. Actually, as a matter of fact, randomly, actually, I received an email yesterday, and I don't remember the date because I didn't read it closely, but the census is doing a training for individuals to learn how to use and to learn how to use and search the census data through their website. Literally, I got an email yesterday. So go look on their website if you want to find that information. I can't tell you when it's going to happen. But again, for you to be able to effectively use the information that's out there to support what you're doing. So there's a lot of data that's out there for you. Next slide. Oh, it looks like it's a break. Am I in line for the time standpoint for the break? Okay, so we'll go ahead and go break. I'll let Tamara speak and tell you the assignment for your break.
Before we go to break, we want to open up it for any questions. We definitely have a few minutes before our official break, but I'm not opposed to pausing and going to break early so that folks can get up, walk around, do some momming and dadding if you need to. But what questions were you holding until this moment to be able to ask, Ms. Risher? You can feel free to drop them in the chat. I've been monitoring the chat, or you can feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand and we will acknowledge you.
I have a quick question. I know this came up a bit earlier. What suggestions do you have around securing operational funding? I know that you indicated that, you know, you need to be clear and delineate operational funding from programmatic funding, but what suggestions do you have around trying to bolster up that portion of funding, especially in moments where you really are in dire need for operational funding?
That's actually a great question. And ironically, and I can give you a firsthand example with this, is that we saw that a lot actually last year and this year. So when COVID hit, people, you know, the federal government stepped in with all of the funding dollars to be able to help people, but how they wrote the grants or how they wrote the policy was it was specifically to help people. And that's where the money was flowing. Well, what they left out was that you need staff to help people. And so one of the things that you need to do, I think, is highlight how you need to build capacity in order to implement the programs. And so capacity building, they may not want to fund, or they may shy away from funding operations, but if you form it in the language of capacity building, you'll most likely be more successful. And the tie-in for that, and the reason why capacity building is so important is, for instance, if you are getting a lot of grant money that comes in, you need to have a compliance person, a grant and compliance manager. You need to have someone in your financial and accounting office to be able to handle the reporting when it comes to grants and to be able to disperse those dollars. All of that is directly tied to capacity and not necessarily programming. So when you're speaking with funders, don't use the word operational so much, versus you are seeking funding to build capacity. You have the program dollars to be able to serve greater people, but what you're needing is capacity building dollars to build up the infrastructure of your organization to also be able to serve those people. So that's what you're going to have to do. Again, operational, they may shy away from it, but if you truly make the case, the explanation for that is capacity building, for you to then be able to turn around and serve those programs effectively, then you'll have greater success. And did I answer that question fully?
Yeah, thank you. Just wondering, since we have the insider's perspective, when you talk about the phrasing or framing of capacity building in your documentation, like what are some ways that you've seen successful grants talk about capacity building?
So, and for again, being able to use the language of saying that in order to support our programs, we need to build capacity when it comes to the infrastructure of the organization. Because as an organization grows, it's great that you will be able to serve more people. And again, from a program standpoint, but really explaining and clarifying to funders that the infrastructure has to grow as well. And so using the term infrastructure, capacity building, using that language and explaining that to them. Also, going back to calling and asking. So some funders may say, hey, we don't necessarily support operational dollars, but really calling them and having that conversation and saying, okay, you may not support operational dollars, but in addition to program expenses, we need to be able to build our infrastructure from a capacity standpoint to continue to serve the individuals that we're serving at this particular level. So pick up the phone and have that conversation. And then by doing that, a lot of times then the funders may say, okay, I understand what you're saying. Go ahead and submit what you're looking to have happen. What with a current client that I have right now, with the city of Dallas, when COVID hit, we had so many grant dollars that was going through for rental and utility assistance, as well as the food pantry, again, that was going for straight program dollars. Well, it was great, but the nonprofit literally in 1 year, in 2019, they served about 9,000 people. In 2020, they served 25,000 people that had a need for either food, rental assistance, you name it, to be able to prevent homelessness, to help with legal cases when it came to eviction. Well, the city of Dallas as an entity, when it came to the first round of funding, and I'm using this as an example because there's been 2 rounds of fundings. Well, when it came to the first round of fundings, all of those dollars were program expenses, which was great. But the nonprofits were saying, you're giving us this money, but we don't have the capacity to even be able to serve from a program standpoint because of all of the back end reporting that's needed. So they spoke with the city of Dallas, they talked to them. So when the second round of funding came out with the American Rescue Act, and under the Biden administration, they then changed some of the rules and said, okay, you can also be able to use funding for capacity building beyond program expense. So don't forsake just to having a conversation with the funder, because that also may change. It may not change the first initial request, but it will move the needle for the next round of funding that will come out.
That's perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Okay, well, what we'd like to do is I want to keep on our schedule, and we've got a few extra minutes for your break. Again, get up, go walk around, take a drink of water, pet your pets or your children. Well, not pet your children. Y'all know what I mean. Don't pet your children. That's not a good thing. And we'll come back at 11, where Ms. Richard will finish up our Grant Writing 101. All right, everybody. I think we are back. Hopefully you had a good break. I know that we have some questions that you all are ready to ask Ms. Risher, and we can handle them in a couple of different ways. You can definitely unmute yourself and or raise your hand, or you can drop it in the chat. I'm paying attention to the chat and can help facilitate that while she's answering your questions.
Thank you.
They might still be petting the children.
I was gonna ask you to pet the children.
They might still be petting the children.
I don't have any children, but later on today when I see my nephew, I'm gonna pet him. And I was told earlier today I should pet you.
Just stroke his hair. He'll be okay.
Hi, Shanika. I thank you so much for your presentation. And actually, let me turn my camera on so you're not talking to like nobody. Thank you so much for the presentation. Hi. I've been thinking a lot about the operational piece that you were sharing before, but also the sustainability piece for grants. And I'm wondering, so I'll like throw out a hypothetical. So if I was to be working at a nonprofit where maybe we lost a grant or funding for a certain area has been redistributed somewhere else, right? How would you recommend using this capacity building infrastructure language to apply for operational funding to keep things moving forward in a way that doesn't raise red flags about sustainability? Because I know you were saying earlier, 3 to 5 years down the road, you need to be able to say like, the organization is going to supplement this, is going to take over and find a way to do it. If you don't confidently know that that's going to happen, what recommendations do you have around an application like that?
One of the things is that's also actually the sustainability is a question that I probably see 85% of the grant applications across the board. And so my standard answer, because we can't predict the future, is, and this is something they just want to at least see it, is my standard answer is that we have an involved board of directors. And our board of directors has a variety of contacts and expertise. They lend themselves to development and fundraising. If you're a nonprofit and you have an annual fundraising event, I definitely highlight that. Or if you're doing any type of fundraising or something along those lines, definitely highlight that. And then also just say that, you have a development person or development staff on site and they are continually looking to secure grant donations and grant funding. I've, from the reviewer side, we've never deducted points based on the depth of the answer. We've deducted points if it wasn't addressed. And when you're working as a reviewer and this is just strictly speaking from the federal grant standpoint, or those that are on a government level, because even state grants have reviewers as well. But when you're working from a reviewer standpoint, the people who are reviewing those grants are actually subject matter experts. So that's why I review grants for the Department of Education as well as the Department of Labor, because my background is in K through 12 and higher ed, as well as workforce development. So as a subject matter expert, I know already the things that are in the grant application. And then I also know what sustainability looks like. So the wording that's used, we're really just looking at it from just to make sure that you actually address the question and answer it in some form or fashion. But if you just kind of gloss over it and, oh, we have a sustainability plan, then we're removing points because you didn't at least just tell me something about it. If you're doing federal grants, and again, it's 5 or 6 years down the line, a lot of times those federal grants include partners. And so I would advise to have language crafted in there that even discuss partners supporting. So it may be that, you know, by year 3, our partners have agreed to fund 10%, or to be able to 10% of salaries, or they may pay a fee, or they may offset equipment costs or supply costs. But I would caution that if you're using anything that you say that your partner is going to do, then that then in turn needs to be in your MOU or / MOA, memorandum of understanding or agreement. So you need to make sure that that's also effectively outlined in that document. So that, because we read those. And so we're looking to make sure that everything is aligned with what you're saying. If your partner hasn't agreed to that, but there's been conversation around it, then loosely outlining what that plan would be would also be in effect from a sustainability standpoint. So if your nonprofit is undergoing some changes from an operational standpoint and you're having to reallocate dollars, again, you can just even use language to address that specific need of why you have had to reallocate those dollars. So using the pandemic as an example, I know that things are changing rapidly when it comes to that, and we're moving out of some things, but just as an example standpoint, you know, hey, we had to reallocate some of the staffing dollars because we had such great need when it came to program dollars. And so this has left a gap in funding that we need to still be able to cover the capacity and infrastructure, because we had to reallocate funding to get, you know, to address the immediate and specific need that was arising. Now, I'm going to say good thing, but I understand it's not a good thing, y'all. The good thing about the pandemic is that even though the immediate short-term impact has gone from a funding standpoint, the long-term impact is still there. So this is not something that we're just going to come out of 1 or 2 years. This is going to be something long-term. There's going to be long-term impact from a health standpoint. There's long-term impact from an economy and economic standpoint, housing standpoint. There's some long-term things there, but right now everything was just more so focused on short-term. So conceivably, as a just strictly speaking for nonprofits, in whatever space you're in, you can conceivably tie long-term impact of the pandemic into what you're doing from a program standpoint, and then the need to grow capacity. It's just all about how you're going to frame what your proposal or your need. Did I answer your question?
You did, thank you. And I may have written down some of that language, so I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Any other questions? None? I'm not seeing the chat. Does ever any questions in the chat? If not, then
No,
I guess we can go ahead and resume. Okay, then we can go ahead and resume. I hope you all had an enjoyable break. Thank you again so much for allowing me to share. Hopefully you petted your children as well as your animals. I'm not going to forget that all day. But we'll go ahead and get started with the next part of it. Some of this information you all may have heard before. So it may be a refresher for you. And for some people, it may be new information, especially this next part of it that I'm about to go over. But the key thing that I want to stress is that even if you know the information, often our writing can get in a rut and it just becomes standard. We write things and not necessarily respond to the specific grant application or question that's being proposed. Or we just become so used to doing something and we're tired, because when you're writing a grant that's 75 to 100 pages, you get tired and you're just like, I just want to be done with this. But these are the things that I'm highlighting, because these are the things that I've literally have seen people make mistakes with when it comes to grant writing. So next thing we're going to look at is the goals and objectives. So we talked about, again, in the beginning, how I highlighted those 6 tenets, or those things that you need to look at from a grant standpoint. Again, we won't go into the specifics of data and evaluation, but this particular area feeds into that. And so we want to look at goals and objectives. So number one, goals and objectives. This is where you explain what your organization or what your proposed project plans to do about the specific problem. If you're doing something even from a research standpoint, why are you researching this particular area? What are you proposing? Just even thinking of like with science, this is my hypothesis, but why are you doing that? What is the outcome that you're looking for? And so here you want to make sure that you're explaining what your organization plans to do about the problem. And then number two, state what you ultimately hope to accomplish with the specific results or outcomes that you expect to accomplish. So it's great that you're going to, help feed 100 people, but that's a great accomplishment. But what are the specific results? What are you hoping for the outcome to be? Is it that you're hoping to bring food to a food desert? Are you hoping to help, even as an outcome with feeding 100 people, that they're able to reallocate resources? Again, using the pandemic as an example, when it came to a lot of the food pantry grants and things that I was writing last year, I was able to say, if people are not worried about how they're going to get food, then they can reallocate those dollars, especially if they had a loss of income. They can reallocate those dollars to their utilities and to their housing. And so again, looking at what you're hoping to accomplish by that and letting people know that. And then think of your goals as general and broad outcomes and objectives as the specific steps you'll take to get to those outcomes. So, a lot of times we talk about, hey, these are my objectives, but what are the steps that you're going to take to get to that? And those objectives, and to see them implemented. And that is actually where your goals are going to come in place. And so looking at the goals, next slide. Most people start with kind of just a goal. I use this one because literally all of America is focused on it. Well, I won't say all, but a large part, weight loss. We see it every January. I won't even say it goes into February. We definitely see it every January. People say, I want to lose weight, but that's a great goal. But what does lose weight look like? You can lose 1 pound and you've lost weight. You can lose 30 pounds and you've lost weight. But specifically speaking, you need to look at your goals along those same lines. You need to be very specific in what you're trying to do when it comes to your goals. So your goal may be, I want to lose weight, but more specifically, your goal is, I want to lose 20 pounds. Next slide. But your objectives will state, how are you going to reach those particular goals? Are you going to lose 20 pounds by working out? Is it going to be a calorie deficit? Is it going to be both? Of course, we know weight loss, the quickest way to do it is for it to be both. But again, how are you going to lose those 20 goals? Working out, that's even very general. Are you going to work out by walking? Are you going to work out by running? Or are you going to start swimming? Like, what does that look like? If you're doing a calorie deficit, is that going to be done by intermittent fasting, or is that going to be done by no carb diet, or whatever you want to look at? But you want to make sure that your objectives are going to state how you're going to actually reach your overall goals. This is just, again, a good working example so that you can see how people look at goals and objectives. But we're going to look at that a little bit more in depth when it comes to your goals and objectives. So the first thing that you want to make sure of is that most people have heard of SMART goals. But a lot of times we don't do SMART goals, not only from a professional standpoint, but from a personal standpoint. And personally, my opinion, this is the space between goals and objectives that are successful and those that are not successful, and where you're not reaching whatever your goal is. It's because you did not approach it from a SMART standpoint. You did not set a specific goal. You did not set a measurable goal, an attainable goal, a relevant or a time-bound goal. So again, so many people are aware of SMART, and if you're not aware of it, this is a great time for you to learn about what that looks like, but that goes into a grant application as well. So going to the next slide, I'm going to continue with the use of the example. So specific when it comes to SMART is I want to lose 20 pounds. The measurable is I want to lose 20 pounds by my high school graduation. The attainable is I want to lose 20 pounds in 6 months, as well as that being time bound. So both of those things serve both things when it comes to the 6 months. And then the relevant is, again, it's because it's going towards what you want to do and how you want to do it, from an example when it comes to your goal. But how does this work from a grant standpoint? Again, I'll give you an example that I'm using literally right now when it comes to some of the grant that I'm writing for the United Way for a client. So the client has a mentoring / counseling program. And one of the things that I do want to have a caveat for this. One of the things that I've seen so many people funders do right now, which goes perfectly into this, is they want you to create a logic model. And so your logic model discusses your activities, your outputs, your outcomes. So this is why all of this goes in specifically into making sure that you're setting your goals and objectives, because you will be tasked with letting people know what your goals are, your measurements. But even now, some of the more in-depth grant applications are asking you to do a full-blown logic model. And to be honest, I don't like logic models, but I understand them. And I've done them for so long at this particular point. But going to from the example that I was using for the United Way grant that I'm writing right now for a client, they have a mentoring program. And then their particular location in Louisiana, I just say the states, in Louisiana, they've seen an uptick in youth violence. And with that uptick in youth violence, the juvenile departments in Louisiana, they're looking for people to be able to help them from a mentoring standpoint. But my client's program is on mentoring as well as counseling. So she's created a program that kind of addresses both. And so one of the goals is, not only do we want to stop, and then one of the things that we see an uptick in violence in the youth in the state of Louisiana, we also see a high recidivism rate. So they may go to juvie, serve whatever they need to do, but 6 months later, they're right back in there, right back in the same time frame. So we're looking at this program, and we're looking at the problem and the issue. How can we now change in order to do a reduction of recidivism, making sure that these youth are not going back into the juvenile system, or making sure that once they graduate or get to a certain age that they don't enter into the adult prison system, making sure that their needs are met when it comes from a home standpoint. So all of these go towards from a goal standpoint. So a very specific goal that we have is that we want to reduce for the referrals that are directly coming from the juvenile center. So meaning that these kids have already been a part of the system. But for us, a particular goal is that we want to reduce recidivism by 20% within 1 year for those teen offenders between the ages of 16 and, let's say, 16 and 18 from going back into the system. So that's a very specific goal. It is measurable because we can see if they've gone back into the system or not. It's relevant because of the need that is going on right now and the uptick in violent crimes that are happening amongst the youth in Louisiana. It is time bound because it's a 1-year program that they will go through for mentoring and counseling. And it's very attainable because statistics show, again, going back, where you're able to show and prove that you have data to corroborate and research to corroborate what you said. Statistics show that if you have family therapy and intervention, that it does change the course and the dynamics of some of these young adults. And so that's a very specific and measurable goal that we have for those students. But not only is it that, we also, using that same program model, another goal and example could be is that we want to see them be able to move, because I think it's the Beck index wheel that she's using. And so the Beck survey, but to be able to use as far as emotional health and emotional well-being, because a lot of these students or a lot of these young adults, they're coming from home systems where there are, there's a history of violence, of history of crime within the family, dropout rates, socioeconomic, sexual violence, sexual abuse. So you have all of these things. And so there is a system that shows with counseling how their index or index survey, using the Beck survey, can change to be able to show that their mindset at the start and their mindset at the end. So an example, a SMART goal for that would be that we want to be able to see an increase in Beck scores by 10 points for at least 50% of the participants in the program over the course of that 1 year. So again, that's a very SMART goal, but it's feeding into the overall objective for the program, which is that we want to see kids, young adults, get out of the juvenile system and stay out of the juvenile system, as well as address whatever those specific issues are. So when it comes to your projects and your proposals, whatever it may be, you want to make sure that you're setting SMART goals, and with those SMART goals that you're then implementing in a way that it ties back into the larger issue and problem and your objectives of what you said that you're going to accomplish. So I can't stress enough how important this piece is, because I have seen, again, even as a grant reviewer and even at the grant applications that I've come across, I've seen a number of funders moving to the model where they're asking you to create a logic model. And with the logic model, you have to be able to give your SMART goals. You have to be able to say, this is what your outputs will be, meaning that, hey, we'll be able to graduate 50 people from this program, but our outcomes is that we're going to be able to change and reduce violence in the community. So they want to be able to see all of those things, and all of those are tied to your goals and your objectives and how you're moving forward with your programs. So please don't neglect this particular area as a grant reviewer. Again, I'm looking at grants as a subject matter expert. When you are putting in even if you are submitting work to a foundation, they may not be directly involved in the community doing some of the things, knowing the nuances of all programs, but they have been in this space enough that they too are subject matter experts. So make sure that your proposals are, number one, speaking to someone as if they're not an expert, but having the assumption that they know what they're talking about when they're reviewing, that they know the subject when they're reviewing your proposal. So you want to make sure that you're again walking that line of being clear and not assuming, being clear and making sure that you're speaking in the most clear way about what you're proposing, but at the same time, having the assumption that the people that are reviewing your works know what they're talking about and they know the particular area inside and out as well. I have seen people give goals and examples that I have, quite frankly, as a reviewer, said, this is not attainable. It's great, you were specific, you showed your measurable, how it was measurable, but the time frame that you gave showed that it was not actually attainable goal for you to be able to meet. So you want to make sure that everything that you're putting forward meets these particular criteria. So using SMART goals and everything that you're doing is so key. And I can't stress that enough, because again, the funding landscape, the philanthropy landscape, it is changing. There are a lot of great nonprofits, organizations, people, schools, whatever you want to call it. There are a lot of great people doing great things, but there's only a bucket of money that can support some of those ideas. So you want to make sure that you stand out in the best way possible. And one of the ways that you can do that is making sure that your evaluation and your measurement piece of what you're saying and how you're going to accomplish what you say that you're going to do stands out. And you want to make sure that, again, that you're utilizing the specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound example, the SMART goals, when you're setting that out, because people are looking at that. And so now, next slide, I want you to do a 5-minute exercise this is something that we're not going to discuss right now, but you're going to discuss it later on this afternoon. So this is the first part of some of the work that you're going to be doing this afternoon. I want you to take 5 minutes. I want you to identify a project or a proposal that you want to pursue moving forward, meaning literally, because we want this to be a working workshop for you so that you have something that's a deliverable or that you can take from this workshop today and be able to build upon. So for the next 5 minutes, I want you to identify a project that you want to do and how you want to move forward. I want you to state what you ultimately hope to accomplish with the project and spell out what your outcomes and the specific results that you're looking for. And then thirdly, I want you to think of your goals, again, as general and broad outcomes and as objectives of the specific steps that you're going to take to reach those outcomes. So take the next 5 minutes. Again, we're not going to share out loud right now, but you will have the opportunity later on today to start sharing those things. But I want you to take a moment to think of a proposal that you want to pursue moving forward. This is not a hypothetical, but something you want to do moving forward. And I want you to create those SMART goals and objectives. You have 5 minutes. My clock says 11:27. I'm going to go ahead and set a timer. So go ahead and begin right now.
2 more minutes.
That would be my timer. Hopefully you guys got a chance just to do a brief outline of everything. Again, this will be a session that will build upon later on today what you're looking to do, but this will be the start of that because we want to make sure again that you're able to implement and take from this session things that you can move forward with and be able to find funding for in the future. So hopefully that was a great step and beginning for doing what you propose to do and for you to clarify your thoughts around what you're trying to accomplish and how you're going to do that as far as the steps and the goals. So the next slide that we're going to go into is data and evaluation. Again, I'm not going to go over that in depth here because I do know that the next presenter will go over more information here when it comes to data and evaluation. But I just want to highlight a couple of things when it comes to data and evaluation of how and why it is so necessary. The first thing is, are you moving the needle? Again, you're stating that you're going to do this particular thing. And so how you measure that you are moving the needle and what your proposed accomplishment is or your proposed outcomes will be. And so are you moving the needle? And having an external evaluator is something that I have seen take place heavily in the funding and philanthropy space. I'm not sure of how many of you guys are aware, but there have been some huge grants that have been put forward this past 6 months. There was in Texas a grant called the Lone Star Grant. There also was an Equality Can't Wait grant that was with the Lone Star. The Lone Star Prize was with the Lydia Hill Foundation, but Equality Can't Wait was with the MacArthur Foundation, as well as Mackenzie Scott, which is Jeff Bezos' ex-wife. And that particular grant, I believe, they were doing a global grant search, and the total funding pool was, if I'm correct, was $50 million. And they were awarding four different organizations, and then the 10 million each, and then the last 10 million was going towards those runner-up projects. But I give this as an example because a huge part of that was they wanted to see your evaluation plan. They wanted to see evaluator dollars outline in that. They wanted to see the research that you had put in there from a measurement and evaluation standpoint. And so that just gives you a look into some of the larger grants that have literally have just recently come down the pipeline. And those were grants that, for instance, with collaborations when it came to universities, nonprofits, for-profit organizations, they came together and put forward proposals. Here in the Lone Star State, that Lone Star Prize, which was a $10 million one, it was announced yesterday that the Meadows Health Policy Institute, I think, was created, and it was a conglomerate of nonprofit and other initiatives that were looking at healthcare policy and moving the needle of policy in the state of Texas. And so that is the level of funding dollars that are out there that can be put forward to fund what you're seeking. But in order for you to do that, data and evaluation is a key part of that. So they want to know, are you moving the needle? Is what you're doing helping? And how can you show that from a data standpoint? You know, it's great for you to be able to have empirical data, but you want to make sure that you also have your qualitative and quantitative data that can support that as well. And your evaluation should show your impact at the conclusion of most of your larger grants, especially if you're doing those in excess of $1 million. They want to see some type of white paper at the conclusion of that puts forth what your findings have been, what your success has been, what your impact has been. Again, when people are putting money forward, they want to know that they're putting it in the hands of a responsible organization or business, and they also want to be able to show that what the impact has been from that. So keep that in mind when it comes to your data evaluation, and recognize how important that is. So the next thing we're going to look at is, again, how to just kind of, next slide, just an overview of tracking your data. I tell people all the time, because again, my niche is working with those smaller nonprofits. Start small. If they are using Microsoft Excel, Google Sheet, numbers, whatever it needs to do to be able to track your data. If you're tied to a larger institution, then of course they have internal databases and information that you can use to track data. But examples of database can be Microsoft Access, NAC, MySQL, FileMaker, anything along those lines. To track data, and then also just generic applications and services that you search as Salesforce or HubSpot to be able to track and use your data. That is in my field, because again, I work with smaller organizations, that I've seen such an issue with is that they're mom and pop or they're smaller nonprofits and they're doing so much and serving so many, but their data and information is lacking, how they're tracking the information. So you want to make sure that you do have something set up initially before you even get started out the gate, that you're able to track your data, because paperwork can become cumbersome. And I would also say automate as much of that as you can. A system where it's an automation, where it's online applications, or even if you use software that's intuitive, where it's, if someone does one thing, then it automatically kicks out an email or does something as a follow-up. Using automation is really great when it comes, again, to tracking data. If you are looking for funding from government entities, either city, municipalities, state, federal funding, be aware that the tracking and the paperwork for those type of funding sources and those type of grants, it is extremely cumbersome. And it is the quickest way for you to get in trouble and for you to lose your funding. They do not, if your paperwork and everything is not on par, even if it is a 3-year, multi-year grant, they will speak to you and give you an opportunity to write course. But if they don't see that, they will pull your funding. Please do not think that these institutions, if you're dealing with federal, state, and municipal funding dollars, that they will not pull your funding. They will pull your funding if they see that your data and all of that information is not in alignment with what they have the expectations of you for your data, and then also what you have outlined in your proposal. Next slide. The type of measurements is that we want to look at your quantitative and qualitative measurements. Quantitative is measured by a metric or a statistic, and a number can be assigned. Qualitative is observations without any statistics or metrics to be able to really pull from. Both of these are needed. in the grant space, quantitative as well as qualitative. We don't see as many qualitative measures, but I will give you take heed to be able to find those if possible. There's nothing like being able to share a story of how someone has succeeded, or how grant dollars or funding has helped impact their life and what they're doing. So you want to be able to show both quantitative and qualitative. Qualitative can also, again, just even be an outside observation, to be able to show that there has been some movement in a particular way. So those are the types of measurement. Those are key to doing what you want to be able to do when it comes to data and evaluations. So let's go to the next thing, which is talking about your financials and financial statements. Now, if you're dealing with institutions of higher learning, a lot of times you won't have to deal with the financial statement aspect of it. But when it comes to some of the other areas, you still need to be aware of those. Financial statements are used to tell the story from a nonprofit standpoint, or even an organization standpoint, of how you utilize the resources, in addition to reporting the outcomes of its efforts. And that the budget tells funders how you plan to spend the money. So those are two separate things. Your financial statements tell me how you have spent the money in the past and how you are a good resource, or a good steward of your resource. But your budget tells me how you plan to spend the money. Next slide. I will say here quickly, when it comes to just a moment, when it comes to your financial statements, I tell people all the time, I can look at your financial statements and tell you about your organization overall. I had a client who had a great program, but unfortunately their financial statement showed their liquidity, meaning the number of months that their organization will be able to survive if there was no other money coming in. Their liquidity was less than 60 days. And a lot of funders want to see your liquidity be at least 60 days, preferably 90 days, but their liquidity was less than 60 days. And they weren't able to move to the next stage of funding. And literally the response back from the funder was, your liquidity is not enough. And so it's concerning. So your financial statements can show all of that. But your budget, you want to look at your operating budget funds the entire organization, whereas your program or your proposal budget, it falls under your operating budget. And so we talked about before, when it talks about the type of funding, we talked about program or proposal funding versus your operating funding. So your operating, again, is your entire is the entire organization, what everything is looking like from a financial standpoint of what you're putting forward and your output as an organization, excuse me, your input and output as an organization. Your program budget falls under your operating budget, but it is talking about whatever that specific program or proposal that you may have. Most entities, organizations, nonprofits have multiple programs that they are funding and that they're putting forward. So they want to be able to see that you do have a program budget that is relevant and that that actually looks good. I will say, from the federal, state, municipality standpoint, when it comes to your budget, they also want to see, do you have the capacity to handle the money when you start getting into those larger dollars? So for institutions of higher learning, they will ask you, even in the grant application, to give examples of some prior grants that you have done, and what the level of award was, because they want to see, do you again have that infrastructure in place to be able to handle someone giving you a $20 million grant or a $5 million grant. If you're only used, and your budget has only been used to, you know, a $1 million operating budget overall, but you're seeking a $20 million grant, then tell me, how can your organization effectively manage that? Or give me the background of one of your staff members to be able to show how they have the expertise and experience to effectively manage a budget along those lines. You will, especially when you're speaking to budgets for governments, again, city, state, federal, they always want to know information about your staffing levels and your staff particular, and they want to know about their education and expertise. So if they are currently hired, then they want to know, hey, can they operate a budget along this line? Can they operate a program and produce these outcomes and measurement, what you're saying that you're going to do? From a budget standpoint, again, your financials, they want to be able to see, hey, do you have the wherewithal and the knowledge to be able to oversee a budget along those lines? So let's go a little bit deeper into your next slide, excuse me, your program budget. These are some of the things that you're going to have to look at overall. It's going to be your personnel. And again, personnel is anyone that is dealing with the actual budget, excuse me, anyone that's dealing with the actual proposal or program that you're putting forward. And so counting all of your personnel, you want to also accurately count your fringe benefits. Different states have different different tax levels. State of Texas does not have a state tax, but some states do have a state tax. So you want to make sure that you're accurately calculating your state tax, your federal tax, that you're accurately also calculating any vacation time. Any of those things fall under the line item of fringe benefits. So you want to make sure, and then if you're doing that for full-time staff, or if you're doing that for part-time staff, or 3/4 time. So again, that amount changes, that percentage changes based on your staff. So you want to make sure that you're accurately doing that. You also want to make sure that all of your supplies is calculated as well as your equipment. If you're dealing with state, municipal, if you're dealing with government funds, just understand that they differentiate between supplies and equipment based on the dollar amount. And right now it's escaping me, but I want to say if it's over $5,000, then they generally tend to look at that towards as equipment. And under that, then they may look at that from a supply standpoint. But you want to make sure, again, that you, again, I talked about earlier, counting your costs when it comes to your ask. So this is with your program budget is all interconnected. So you want to make sure that you know specifically what you're going to need when it comes to this. Also travel. Are you going to any conferences? What does your per diem look like? Do an estimate per diem. If this is something, again, a multi-year grant, then understand that the federal per diem changes each year. So you want to give your give enough space for adjustment with year travel from year 1 to year 2 to year 3, again, because per diem may change. You want to be able to, again, assess flight information, the number of people that may be flying if you're going to a conference. If you're working within the state or within a city, if you're doing mileage, you want to be able to accurately estimate that as well. Travel allocation is key. A lot of government grants, especially if you're dealing with on the federal level, they require you to go to some of their conferences. So you want to make sure that you accurately identify that amount as well. Contractual, who is here from a contractual standpoint that's going to help you implement your program. Contractual here generally can be an evaluator or something along those lines that may be doing something. If you have someone that's coming in that's teaching a course or presenting a workshop, they're not a personnel, they're not hired full time by the program, but they're coming to present something. So that will be contractual. Other is anything that you may have that kind of falls under the threshold of other. They will outline what other is. So you want to make sure that you do read the grant guidelines, because they will tell you what falls under each specific category. And then you also want to look at indirect cost rates. And so your indirect cost IDR. Some institutions have a specific indirect cost rate that they've set up with the government to be able to say, hey, this is what our rate will be. Or you can use a de facto of 10% indirect cost rate, but you need to be able to show that. All of these things that are outlined from a budget standpoint, you want to make sure that you are thorough in outlining that, and then also that you're able to look at it from a budget narrative standpoint. Your budget narrative explains all of these line items. I want to know for travel, how many are you saying is going and staying at a hotel? Is that 2 staff members or 3 staff members? How many nights? You need to be that detailed with it. For personnel, you just can't say, hey, our case managers. No, how many case managers are you having? How many director levels are you having? Who are the identified staff that's going to be here? Your fringe benefits. How many days is this for fringe benefits? Just don't say $5,000 for fringe benefits for each person. No. What's your percentage of that? How much of that is taxes? How much of that is vacation, number of days, standard? Again, you want to be detailed with that. If it's equipment costs, why are you including equipment costs? What's going to happen to the equipment once it is done? Why is this equipment necessary? All of these things are necessary when you're creating a budget, and then also when you're explaining it from a budget narrative standpoint. It is very key that you have a good grasp of what your budget is, because then again, going back, that's going to inform your ask. So make sure you count all of the costs as close as possible, because what you don't want to do is, also speaking from federal grants, what you don't want to do is get awarded $10 million and you only expend $6 million. That's a red flag. One of the things for federal grants they ask you about is, what is your spend rate on previous federal dollars? If your spend rate doesn't show that, again, you effectively expended that money, that's a red flag and points can be deducted. They look at all of that because they want to make sure that you know, again, how to properly allocate your money and your spending, and that you actually can spend that money. Especially remembering from the government standpoint, they're only allocated X amount of dollars. So if they have to return that money or something happens, they have to give an explanation to why they, they allocated $100 million towards this particular need or whatever, but they were only able to expend $50 million, especially from a federal standpoint. That's when Congress, they're asking money. Why should we even give you this money again when you're not effectively giving it to organizations to expend? So all of that is key to what you're going to ask for and how much you're asking. The next thing is the letter of inquiry. We can go into that. I know that we only have a couple more minutes before it's your lunchtime. The LOI, I talked in the beginning about a cover letter. I talked about your executive summary, but what is a letter of inquiry? Often in the funding space, you will see a letter of inquiry, and that is the starting point for many people who work in the fundraising industry instead of a full proposal. This is kind of how you get your foot in the door. A letter of inquiry introduces the organization and allows the donor to contribute before committing to a proposal. So by an LOI, you'll hear that often in the funding space. An LOI can, again, help you get your foot in the door, but it also allow you to get feedback from the funder. The funder can tell you, you know what, I am interested in this. I want to hear more about it. Or a funder could say, this is not something we're interested in, don't move forward. And so you already know a lot of funders have the two-step process. They start out with the letter of inquiry before they invite you to submit a full-blown proposal. So in other words, it's your elevator pitch on paper. Next slide. And so again, with your elevator pitch, the letter of inquiry, you're telling the story of who you are. This is different than an executive summary. This is generally no more than 3 to 5 pages. So again, this is kind of a more of an in-depth outline and a proposal of who you are. A lot of the language that you use in the letter of inquiry, you then can turn around and use in the actual full-blown proposal if you are invited to submit a full-blown proposal. So it's okay if some of this language is repetitive. There's not an issue with that. A full-blown proposal will give you the opportunity to expound on some of these things, and then even go along the lines when it comes to your measurements, your data and evaluation. Next slide. But with the letter of introduction of inquiry, it is an introduction of you as an organization. and an opportunity to describe what you are seeking to do, and again, list the amount for funding. It seems very similar from an executive summary, but it is not. Again, this is more so an introduction for your organization, and you have a longer a page limit so that you are actually able to do that when it comes to your LOI and your letter of inquiry. This is, next slide, concludes just an overview of Grants 101. Just kind of, again, my name is Shaniqua Risher. If you have any questions, feel free to go to my website, risherconsulting.com. My email address is info@risherconsulting.com, and my phone number is there as well. I am on all social media, Facebook, as well as LinkedIn and Instagram. I have literally stepped up my social media game these past 6 months. I am so proud of myself with that. My team, actually, it's not just me, but we put out a lot of great information out there from a funding space, as well as a business space. So if you want to follow us there, we give you a lot of great tips about proposals, grant writing, everything. But I open up the floor now to questions, but I do thank you guys for the opportunity to share something that I'm very passionate about, which is raising money and having people show me the money and get awarded, because there is no greater feeling for me, because it allows me to help a greater amount of people through my footprint. So I open it up to questions. Any questions? None?
We've received one so far. I think thinking about the campus context, we have a situation where there is a space dedicated to supporting folks that receive grants, but for the most part, those spaces focus on research-based grants, not necessarily programmatic grants. And so the question is, what recommendations do you have for smaller units working with campus grants offices to ensure strong communication, partnership, and administration when they have to also untangle or maybe even tangle with the political nature of being a programmatic unit in a research-based space?
If I'm understanding the question, if I don't fully answer it, please let me know. One of the things that I tell all of my clients is, in order for me to write a grant for you, I have to understand what your programs are. And so from a research standpoint, when you're interfacing with other members across the institutions of higher learning, or those that are writing the grants, they need to be able to understand effectively what you're proposing to do from a research standpoint, and the impact of what that, the impact of what your proposal will have on the institution overall, and then in the particular space that you have. So when I worked for community college, a lot of our grants were, I won't say a lot, but some of them, most of them were more programmatic versus research-based. But for those research-based grants, I had to have a thorough understanding of working with the professors or those individuals that were looking for funding to understand what they were doing. Then that allowed me to go forward and pitch for those funding dollars, regardless of the political space or whatever may take place. Because as a grant writer or someone who works in development, my job is to take your vision and what you're doing and use it in a way and encrouch it in language that then translate into the fundraising and the philanthropy space. So I think the first thing that I would, or the key thing that I would say is, you need to build those relationships with those on your campus that's in the development space, that's writing those, that funding those grants for you, or that you need information in order to complete your proposals. But you need to be able to explain the impact and the need for that particular research. And not just from a short-term standpoint, but from a long-term standpoint. A lot of the research that I, as a grant writer, pull upon is research that has been done from institutions of higher learning, or individuals that may be in this particular space. So I'm able to, again, pull upon research that talks about summer reading loss, because someone has done the research to be able to look at how education is affected, when it comes to youth or through a specific time. So I think the key thing is to be able to cultivate that relationship, make sure that you're able to explain to those individuals why the research is key from a long-term standpoint, and then explain how the research will help shore up whatever that particular industry or subject is. Did I answer the question fully, do you think, based on what you understood the question to be?
I haven't seen anything come through.
Okay.
So I assume that that must be it. Yes, thank you.
And I think later on this afternoon, to Daryl Stark in his session, he'll talk a little bit about that as well. So I think he'll be able to build on many of the things that Shaniqua has just shared and give you a little bit more specific example, because that's the work that he does too.
Great. Any more questions? Thank you all again so much. I love talking about this with people. It's and my passion for this truly comes because I see the disparity in our communities. I see the disparity when it comes to people of color. I see the disparity when it comes to the smaller organizations and how there is a disconnect. There right now is even with some of the larger foundations across the nation, there's been a shakeup in leadership, an intentional shakeup in leadership, because they are having the conversation of even how they are dictating the use of funds to communities that may have a specific need, and to be able to sit in that seat and dictate how you can use funds, it and in itself is, I won't say problematic, but it's some questions that come from that as well, and how they are saying this is what your community may need. So I'm passionate about this because I totally believe in being the bridge and to help individuals across the board, organizations. I'm a woman of color, so I'm just passionate about helping people enter into spaces that they may not necessarily have access to. So thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Jones, for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. And if y'all have any further questions, you have my information to reach out to me.
We shared earlier in the chat where you can find some of the slides. And so I'm going to put that back in the chat for anyone, just in case we went through too quickly for you to note Shaniqua's contact information. But here you can find the slides from this session and actually all of our sessions. Okay, at this time, we are you get to go to lunch. You have an hour for lunch. We will come back at 1 o'clock for lunch. Oh, not for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock for our next session with Catherine Yan, and she will show us how to find some of those funding opportunities to help you actually find money for your programs. So we will see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you again, Shaniqua.
Thank you.
Should I go ahead and share my screen now?
Let's make sure you have, I think, double check to make sure you have access to share.
No.
Okay. I think, Dominic, now you're going to have to give it to Catherine.
Okay, let me find her. Hey, Catherine, I think I got you.
All right, let's try this.
While you're working on that, I will introduce you if you don't mind.
Of course.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. Our next session is presented by Catherine Yan. And Catherine is the senior editor in the Office of Research in the College of Education at Florida State University. She has a master's in English and certifications in publishing, editing, and TEFL. She has worked as a writer, an editor, and a teacher since 2001 in newspaper, nonprofit, government, publishing, and academic sectors. I can't wait for you to learn more from Catherine about all of the many different sources or ways that you can find opportunities for your funding your research. Catherine, we see your presenter view.
Let's see. We want slideshow view.
Yep.
How's that?
There we go.
Great. All right. So we're ready?
We are ready. It's
okay. Well, thank you for that introduction, Dr. Bertrand-Jones, and hello to everyone. Honored to be here today. Thank you for the invitation. I know that you guys are interested in learning more about finding funding. And Dr. Bertrand-Jones asked me to speak about searching for external funding opportunities today. So that is very creatively what I have titled this presentation, Searching for External Funding Opportunities. And hopefully, today what I'm going to focus on is, my perspective from my corner of the universe, which is in a college level research office. I'm at Florida State University along with Dr. Bertrand-Jones. And so I primarily focus on finding funding for large research grants. But hopefully the lessons I've learned from that experience can be applied to your situation for whatever you're looking for, whether it's a research grant, or if you're looking for travel funding, fellowship, scholarship, any sort of funding. Hopefully this will be applied to your situation. Just to give you a little more information about where I'm coming from and kind of how I've learned this, as Dr. Bertrand-Jones mentioned, I am in the College of Education. And so my primary job actually is as an editor. I help faculty, once they've selected an opportunity, with writing and editing their narratives, but I'm also involved in a lot of the background work of actually helping them find that opportunity. And so how this came about is, most universities, I don't know a whole lot about your university, but most have a university-wide research office, and FSU is no exception. But more and more, some colleges are starting to open up college-based research offices. So FSU has 3, one in medicine, one in engineering, and one in education. And so research and finding funding is at the core of those offices of research. So within the College of Education, we have about 80 faculty, give or take, on the roster, and about half, or around 40, are what we call grant active, meaning that they either have a research grant already or are actively seeking one. So that comes down to currently around 25 million. So we do have a track record of success for finding funding and then actually achieving funding. And we have grant managers that help our PIs, or our faculty, our principal investigators, kind of track that money once it's awarded. And I help them kind of on the back end, pre-award, which is to find the funding and apply. So we have done about 44 proposals this academic year, which will be ending July 1. And so what I do in this environment and in this universe of large research grants that I have found myself in, is I like to start just with a conversation. So I really rely on, I strive for relationship building. And so I like to get to know the faculty. I like to get to know what their interests are. We have conversations. I work closely with the Associate Dean of Research, and we like to get to know the faculty. what, are they interested in autism? Are they interested in equity in higher education? Do they want to set up a center? Do they want to do, an intervention? So we find out, what are their interests and what are their research goals? And that's really where everything starts. And then we get into the nitty gritty of getting into these different areas or these different sources of finding the opportunities. So those are some tools and services that I use to kind of help find the opportunity. Right off the what is the phrase? Right out the gate. That's what I start with. And I love to shop. I'm a shopper, and sometimes I think of this as shopping. So you really kind of need to know what is on your list. What are you looking for? And then you kind of figure out, what your budget is, what stores have what you want. And then over time, you figure out what your go-to store is. So that's kind of how I've structured the presentation today, is around shopping, because that's really what we're talking about. And so the very first thing and kind of the big takeaway, if you don't, if nothing else resonates with you today, I would say that the very first big piece of advice is to really understand what your goals are. What are your project goals? Who are you, who and what are you trying to help by finding this funding? And let that be kind of your guiding star. Other things matter, time, money. Yes, those are important. And we'll get into those, but really it starts with like, what are you looking for? What are your goals? So I would say like, that's just, foundational to any kind of external funding search is getting that clear within yourself, clear with your partners, your colleagues, your clients, whoever you're working with. So that's kind of the first thing. So actually, hot off the press, just last Friday, I found out that some of the shopping was successful. So we have a PI in our college, Dr. Feng Ka, was just awarded an NSF IUS award. And she applied back in December. This is the National Science Foundation, federal agency. She applied back in December, just found out on Friday that it was funded. It was about $600,000. And then it actually takes effect in October. So that's kind of a long period of time from applying to the award kicking in. So it all started, these were our guiding stars back in the fall when I was meeting with her, learning about the project. She wanted to help future STEM teachers. She wanted to help folks in STEM pre-service teacher education. And she wanted to promote diversity in the STEM teaching and workforce. So in fact, that's what we looked for. We found this opportunity. We learned more about it. She spoke with the program officer, applied, and boom, here we are. So it worked. So this really does work. And not only was it were these highlighted keywords, things that we kept in mind for the search itself, but they're also core principles and core goals in the project. So it's kind of infused throughout. So the other things I mentioned, time, money, of course, those matter. And these are things we want to think about. But we want to start with those, what are the big goals? So you can see here, as I mentioned, the award period. You can see the funding amount there at the bottom, which is just close to $600,000. So again, these things matter. These things are important. I'll touch on them in a minute, but you really, just to reiterate that big takeaway, because this is like the number one, what is your goal? Who are you trying to help with this funding? In the case I just showed you, it's STEM teachers and diversity in the STEM workforce. So that was that was our guiding star. And as I showed you, it worked. So we're very excited. But moving forward in terms of, what you're looking for specifically, again, my lens that I come to you with today is through, I look for large research grants. those that are designed to support university-based research projects and education. So again, that may not be exactly what you're looking for, I'm not sure, but that's what my experience is in. But I do think that the things that I share with you could apply to whether you're looking for a fellowship, a scholarship, travel grant, etc. So those are just a little reiteration about definitions. Moving on, we figured out our goals. We know what we're looking for. But before you go shopping, you do need that budget. So you do need to figure out like, how much am I willing to spend, or how much do I need? So from the large research grant perspective, the things that we're looking to cover are salary, graduate assistance, travel, conference attendance, data access, equipment. Like those are the things on our list that we're trying to cover. So you might be in a different boat and you might have other things that you're trying to get funded, but it's kind of all boils down to understanding what it is you're trying to pay for, what's your budget. And I'm pretty sure this next point would be applicable to the attendees today. But whether you're going for a federal grant or a private grant, there's this beautiful thing called overhead costs. And again, I'm not a budget expert. I focus on editing, but it's just kind of a basic principle with large research grants and other kinds of awards, that there will be a percent that the university keeps. So for federal grants at FSU, it's 54%. And for private institutions, it's usually lower or sometimes disallowed. So understanding a little bit about that will also help inform you in understanding what you're looking for. Just a quick example, the grant that I just showed you, this is public knowledge. It's published on the NSF website now, but as I mentioned before, the project itself was around 600,000, but direct costs, meaning the salary, the graduate assistance, etc., is 412, and the remaining balance is what goes to the university for what they say, the business, the cost of keeping the lights on. That's the catchphrase. And the reason I am sharing this with you, and this is a lot of detailed information, is just to get back to that point of, understanding your project goals, what you're looking for, what are you trying to get funded, and what does the opportunity cover, and what do you need to pay for? So these are all kind of the guiding principles before you ever go into the shops to think about. And if you are interested in federal funding, this may be something you already know, but there's a catchphrase among the I'm into catchphrases today, but the federal funders like to say no food, no fun. So you'll notice on this list, entertainment, food, hosting, etc., is not allowed, which so it just comes down to those core categories of personnel, equipment, data, things like that. And again, this is coming from my perspective of funding large research grants. If you're looking to set up a center or do some other kind of funding, you'll have your different categories of what the grant will cover. But yeah, you want to know what you want. And now once you've gotten that figured out, what you're looking for, what your budget is, what it'll cover, then you're ready to get out there and start looking around. So I've talked quite a bit, and I tend to talk kind of fast. I can pause if there are questions or plow ahead. How are we doing?
I'm going to monitor the chat for you. And so I
Okay.
don't see anything in the chat, but I'll keep you posted.
Sounds great. Thank you. Okay, so now we're kind of getting into the part of we're ready to start looking around. We have our goals, we have our budget. Again, coming from my neck of the woods, there are two kind of big, you got your online shopping and your brick and mortar. So for me, we have our federal agencies and our private foundations. So those are really our two main areas that we look. So for the national science, so for coming from the education perspective, there are three big federal agencies that we look to for funding. The first is the National Science Foundation. Then the second is IES, Institute of Education Sciences. And the third is the National Institutes of Health, NIH. And I'm gonna see if this works. I practiced before. I'm gonna toggle a little bit. I hope that's not too distracting, but I wanted to show you the hyperlinks that I had there. The first is NSF. So NSF has its own find funding page. So if you are only interested in one agency, most big federal agencies, NSF is the example here, you can search their website and you can type in your keywords, what you're interested in, and it'll spit out some opportunities. So that's one way of going about it. IES, the second example I showed you, they have a big annual competition, and it's actually starting at the end of June. It's kind of our proposal season. So they typically have around 14 different topics that through which they offer funding. And then we also have NIH. NIH is probably one of the most complex of the federal agencies because it's really 27 different institutes. But again, NIH also has its own find funding feature. And I've provided those in the PowerPoint hyperlinked if you want to go, poke around and explore a little bit, these three. And there are many others. Almost every federal agency has its own find funding page. So that's kind of a good place to get started. I will try to go back to I might have to stay in this mode because I'm going to be toggling a little bit. Is that okay? All right. So the other item here, once, using these three agencies as an example, is understanding a little bit about how they're organized will help you find funding. So the NSF has 7 directorates. They're divided or structured according to directorates and divisions. IES is structured according to topics. NIH, as I mentioned, is structured according to institute. They have 27 institutes. So it's very helpful to have a sense of, if you have an interest in biological sciences and you want to apply to NSF, you're going to want to go to their directorate for biological sciences, and it's got these 5 divisions. So having a little sense of like where to find your topic within the agency is a good strategy. You can probably guess, looping back to that NSF example I showed you a while ago, this is the directorate from which that award came. So our PI, Dr. Ka, was interested in improving STEM education. And so she applied through this directorate and through this division. So it kind of, understanding the structure will help you know where to find the topic you're interested in. The other examples for IES, I mentioned they have 14 topic areas. So these all, cover everything from career and technical education, cognition and student learning, all the way to social and behavioral context for academic learning. So that's kind of the gamut of what they fund. And then again, NIH has those 27 institutes, which I've provided the link for you in the PowerPoint, and you can read up on each of those. It's kind of amazing the variety of institutes that are available through NIH. There's anything from looking at sorry, I'm blanking here, but I have an example on my PowerPoint, so I'm going to save myself and go back there. So we've already talked about the NSF directorates and the link there. We've talked about IES and the topics, and now NIH, it's it's complicated because it's really like 27 different little agencies in one. So the two examples, the NIMHD, their mission is to lead scientific research to improve minority health and eliminate health disparities. So that's one institute, and that's all kinds of things that they fund. And then there's also, I'm going to loop to Dr. Bertrand-Jones's research interests a little bit. I know she's interested in wellness and mindfulness, and if she were to apply for funding, it might be through NCCIH, which is looking at complementary and integrative health interventions. So those are just two institutes at NIH. To make things a little more complicated with NIH, if this is something you would be interested in going after, they actually have 245 different funding mechanisms, and not every institute offers every mechanism. So it's a lot of two of the mechanisms that are their funding opportunities. That's the lingo they use. One is the R1. It's kind of a classic research program. And they offer around $500,000, 3 to 5 year projects. And pretty much every institute of the 27, including the two I showed you, offer the R1. However, if you're interested in this K1, which is an early career academic who is wanting to advance their career, but do some more education. So it's kind of combining research and education. Not every institute offers this. So really, I showed you those 3 examples. I showed you the way they're structured. That may or may not apply to what you're interested in, but what I do hope you take away is the takeaway 2, which is understanding the organizational structure of the agency you're interested in seeking funding from. That really will help you kind of locate your interests and locate to find funding. It'll help you find funding to understand their organizational structure. And where the opportunity you find fits within that structure, and what their funding priorities are. So the examples I showed you are, just kind of speak to that a little bit. And doing this, having that understanding of the structure will help you with this next piece, which is the third takeaway. Finding and making friends with the program officers at the agencies you're interested in applying for funding. So most federal agencies do indeed have program officers that oversee these different topic areas. So it tends to be the case that the larger the award, the more likely there will be one point person that you could contact. And the reason for contacting them to use, let's say, IES, Institute of Education Sciences, as an example, is there's usually one person who oversees a topic area, and they're an expert in that topic area. So there's someone who's at NSF right now, IES, who oversees student learning and higher education. And so that would be the program officer you want to talk to if that's what your project is about. And they're not necessarily the decision makers in terms of whether or not your project would get funded. But if you were to contact them and tell them what you're interested in doing, they would dialogue with you and help you figure out if that's a good home for your project. And if what you're trying to do aligns with their funding priorities, and vice versa, if their funding priorities fits with your project and what you're wanting to get funded. So it's a little bit of a dance, that two-way street. But yeah, if you contact the program officer, then this could help you further that decision-making process as to whether this funding opportunity is a fit for you. So the next item, or the next kind of stage of this presentation is we've talked about federal funding and some of the big three agencies and ways to navigate those federal agencies. But there's also private foundations that have a wealth of opportunities. These are nonprofit NGOs. I have listed 3 here, and I'm going to jump back over. Thank you for bearing with my toggling. So the 3 opportunities and the 3 nonprofits that I want to highlight, again, are ones that I'm familiar with from my perspective in the Education Research Office. This is the Spencer Foundation, and they fund field initiated research. So that basically means whatever your interest, for the most part, whatever principal investigator is interested in exploring, they kind of pitch the idea. So they don't have like specific topic areas, except sometimes they have special calls like this one. And we have a few PIs going after this one. So it's hot and fresh on my mind because it's coming up this month. The proposal is due June 30th. And this is a racial equity special research grant. So it's helping to achieve equity in higher education, identify inequities, and help resolve them. So this is an example of a private foundation, and it's large enough. I believe this is around a $75,000 grant. So it's large enough that there is a program officer that you could contact. So the program officer's name is provided here. And again, that is usually the case for these larger grants. There would be a program officer also at the federal agencies that I showed you, who you would want to get in touch with. But depending on what your budget is, there's still some great opportunities out there. You don't have to have like big $1 million budgets. Maybe you just want to do something a little bit on a smaller scale. And that's again where, sorry, you skipped one, where these private foundations can come in. So the second one that a lot of education faculty are interested in is WT Grant Foundation. They have a application for, I'm going to toggle down here. There it is, research grants on improving the use of research evidence. So this is a little more of like the science end of education research, but helping to improve the efficacy and broaden the definition of what research evidence is. So that's a topic of interest for a lot of our faculty. And the way they operate is through what's called an LOI system. So rather than contacting a program officer, getting a feel for it and just applying, they have the letter of intent where LOI, letter of intent. So rather than being able to dialogue with someone directly, you put together basically like a mini proposal, and it's usually 2 to 3 pages, and you describe what your project is. And then they, maybe if they get 300 LOIs, they might invite 150 to actually apply. So that's kind of the next, going from program officer to the LOI. And then there's private foundations that have, small budgets, $10,000, $5,000, if you have something very niche and specific that you want to do. This is the Autism Science Foundation, another big topic area of interest for the faculty that I support is autism. And we had a $5,000 research grant that was awarded during the height of COVID to support caregivers that are basically doing surprise homeschooling for students with autism. So there was a specific need for some equipment. And so that PI applied through the Autism Science Foundation and was able to get the equipment funded for that specific need. And this is an example of, it's a smaller budget grant. And usually they just list, these smaller foundations are very upfront. They have a what we fund page, and you can read through here. I've provided a link back in the PowerPoint if you want to come back later about what they fund. And then it's just kind of a straight application. So you you kind of run the gamut in terms of that contact. Going back to the takeaway 3 of contacting the program officer, that's usually the case for these large grants, but there are other ways to communicate with the agencies through a letter of intent or through the engagement with the What We Fund page when it's a smaller foundation. So I've talked a little bit about the the federal versus the private agencies, places and sources for finding your funding. And to continue with that theme, we can get now into the actual resources that they provide, where they have the lists of actual funding opportunities. But I'll just take another quick minute to pause to see if I've got any questions or see how we're doing. All good?
There is a question in the chat that says, do you think those private foundations are also interested in funding non-research programs that student affairs professionals offer to students?
I think the answer is yes. Yeah, so the Autism Foundation that I mentioned, they're funding like you want to think about the category of what you're trying to fund. So this PI was not actually doing research. She needed some equipment to help these caregivers provide the support to the students. So if you're, from the student services perspective, interested in equipment for students or providing services, different foundations cover different categories of need. So the answer is yes. I do think there are foundations out there that would do that. So hopefully this is just kind of giving you a sense of how to navigate and where to look, depending on what your need is. So the federal funding information sources, there are kind of 3 ways that you could access that federal funding information. One way is through grants.gov, and it is basically pulls together all the agencies, all the federal agencies into one database, and you can look at what all the federal agencies are offering in grants.gov. Similarly, they're kind of the same thing. The Federal Register is kind of a publication, and it precedes grants. So grants.gov is like a web, a database, a web-based database. The Federal Register is a publication. So everything actually gets published, like, hey, we're about to fund this. It gets announced in the Federal Register first, and then it will appear in the database. So those are like your primary sources if you're interested in federal funding, is to look there. You could also subscribe to a specific agency's newsletter. And thank you for bearing with my non-slideshow view so that I can toggle over to my email and show you that I have signed up for NSF. They have a daily digest bulletin. And so I get NSF alerts. So that's one way you can get these opportunities fed to you, is just have it be part of your daily diet of like, okay, in the morning, I open up my email. I'm just going to kind of see what's out there, what's sent to me from NSF. And then also, this is from the Federal Register that I just mentioned. I've signed up specifically just to receive alerts from the education, for education opportunities through the Federal Register. So you can sign up for alerts in your email. And so those are kind of 3 information sources for finding that funding. And then lastly, and then in the last, I have maybe 15 minutes, I'm going to do a live demo of Pivot, which is a database that pulls everything together, federal and private. Very similar talking points for private funding information sources. There's this might be up your alley, is the PND, Philanthropy News Digest. So this is a repository, just like I showed you, the grants.gov, which is all the federal agencies combined. This is basically all the nonprofit agencies combined in one stop shop. So doing my fancy toggling once again, this is PND, the link I just showed you. And it's a list, again, a database where you can search for any nonprofit opportunity is likely going to be here. You can search by category. You can sign up to get alerts from them just for the category that you're interested in, arts, culture, aging, etc., children and youth. So you can sign up for alerts similarly through PND to help you find funding. Another kind of more unique, I think, for private funding than for federal agencies is word of mouth. If you're in your professional communities, if you're attending conferences, you might hear of an opportunity through your professional organization that funds maybe a student scholarship or that may fund something that you might not hear of otherwise. So word of mouth is certainly an information source as well, as are the professional academic organizations where you could find out about opportunities. Those tend to be more scholarships, fellowships, etc. And then again, the specific organization that you're interested in, going to pick back on the ASF, the Autism Foundation, you could subscribe to their newsletter as well. So same principle applied to both federal and private. But the piece de resistance that I want to get to in my last 10-15 minutes is Pivot, because this is really an excellent tool. Can I just pause and ask a question? Do the attendees here have access to Pivot? Is it offered at your university?
That was one of the things I was looking behind the scenes just to see if Pivot was listed or if UIUC was listed as one of the institutions. It doesn't seem to be, but I'm going to keep doing my work to see on the back end to see if there is access or how they might be able to get access to Pivot. But yeah.
Okay,
I can do
thank you. I really
sorry. One other,
sure.
The one other way to double check is to contact the library or the Office of Research. So I'm gonna keep doing my homework back here to see if I can find access or not. But I think the demonstration is still helpful.
And I do believe that they have student accounts and staff accounts available. And most universities do have it, is my understanding now. It's just a matter of finding it. So I hope this is a resource and that you're able to access, because it is a repository, as my slide here shows. It's a database combining federal and private. It covers all kinds of funding, whether you are interested in, research, which I know I've been focused on, but hopefully sharing lessons that help you with whatever you're searching for. Conferences, artistic pursuits, any kind of funding you're looking for, it's probably going to be housed in Pivot. It's becoming more and more kind of the go-to tool that's used by universities. And so I would like to just show you some of the things it can do and hope that you have access to it. Because it's really an effective tool to find funding. So there are 4 things I want to highlight for you. That it allows you to conduct an advanced search for what you're interested in and save that search. And a saved search might yield 200 results. So then you could cull through those 200 opportunities, narrow it down to maybe 10 or 11 that are of high interest to you. And that's what's called a curated list. If you're a researcher, again, I'm coming at you from the research perspective, they have profiles for individual researchers and suggest funding matches based on your research profile. So that's another way to access opportunities. And then there's a newsletter feature that they also have that allows you to share and post opportunities if you have people that you want to share those with. So I'm going to take some time now just to show you what it looks like. So this is the landing page. We have a College of Education account. And on the left, I'm going to have my saved searches and my lists for individual researchers. And in the middle, I'm going to have my groups, people that I want to share those opportunities with. But one of the really cool things, sometimes if I just want to like drum up ideas, on their funding page, it looks like Wheel of Fortune. There's this multicolored wheel, and every color represents a different discipline or a different area of interest. So if you hover over the purple here, that's physical sciences, mathematics, technology. And then if you come back out, it's within that broad category. It gets more and more narrow as to what your interest is. I'm guessing if we were to hover over here, this might be somewhere in the wheelhouse of the participants attendees today, which is social sciences. You can see there's about $26.84 billion available in of funding for social sciences. And if you pull back, it comes back, gets narrower. So we have socio-legal, there's funding available there, political science, sociology, social justice, youth development, or leadership. That might be of interest. So I'm going to click on that. And so as soon as I do, it basically spit out a refined search. So we have clicked, and this is showing what is in our database for youth development and services. So you can see there's 260 results in this list, which is a lot better than like 10,000. So you want to try to get it narrowed down to, this is kind of a good sweet spot. If you get your search down to about 200, 250, then you can kind of scroll and do some more specific shopping. So just for example's sake, I am going to find, you can see there's all kinds of stuff here. It shows the deadline for the opportunity. It shows the name of the opportunity, the organization that funds it, and the dollar amount that's available for that opportunity. So let's see. This one looks kind of interesting to me. I'm just going to click on it. It's a large dollar amount for we're at 4 million. It's due, just around the corner in July. And it looks like it's funded federally because we have the United States Department of Health and Human Services listed. So just for example's sake, I'm going to open it, and it gives you more detail about the opportunity. So it shows a link to the actual organization if you want to go straight, get out of Pivot and go to the Administration on Children, Youth, and Families. It specifies or clarifies that this is a federal grant. We have the amount that is covered by this grant, and we have an abstract about what they're interested in funding. And we have some information about who's eligible to apply. So this is open to public or private organizations. So in our case with universities, that would count as a public organization. So this sounds kind of interesting to me. Just for example's sake, I'm going to show you the curate feature. So I believe that this is something I might want to come back and look at. And so I'm going to set up a youth services list. And I'm going to say create new list. And then I am going to curate this opportunity. And you can see this Quality Improvement Center, Engaging Youth and Finding Permanency opportunity is the first entry in my youth services curated list. So that's what we went from the 260, maybe I'll pick 5 and I'll add 5 to my youth services list. So another example, I am going to pick on Dr. Bertrand-Jones for just a minute, because I have a search that we did for her back in the spring. We consulted with Dr. Bertrand-Jones and learned about her research interests. And sorry, this is a little slow. And after consulting with her, we were able to just winnow down to a project goal and focus, which was the benefits of mindfulness training for Black women in academia. And she was interested in NIH and NSF. So Pivot allowed me to make some notes to self about the project goal and focus. And the primary sources of interest were NIH and NSF. And then I did a search using those keywords, and it yielded maybe about 200. Again, that's like the sweet spot for your search. You want to get to around 200. And then we started winnowing down and came up with these 11 primarily NIH related opportunities for this particular research project and goal. And then I was able to click on this link here, copy it and email it to Dr. Bertrand-Jones so that she could peruse these at her leisure and see if any of these might be a fit. So that's just kind of a nitty-gritty way of showing you how Pivot works. I touched on the saved searches going from around 200 down to curated, which is approximately the, here in this case, 11. If you like, while I have it open right now, I thought I've shown you a couple examples. We could possibly do a demo of what a participant here today might want to be looking for. I could walk us through a search do a live search of something you're looking for. So if there's a topic that you're interested in and you want to see what funding opportunities are out there, we could take 2-3 minutes to look now if you would like. Is there anybody who wants to volunteer?
I'd like to volunteer. Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
I was going to volunteer. Can we look at maybe support services for Latinx women who are DACA undocumented on college campuses?
Let's see. Okay. So we can do that. And I'm going to show you this. So this is the advanced search, and this is I'll be able to save this search. Just a couple of questions for you. I'm going to go down to citizenship. I know it's not because of the topic, but I'm going to select United States because that's where your institution is located. And I'm also going to drop down to funding type. So this is going to be helpful for everyone to see, I primarily do research funding, but these are all the different categories. So what might appeal to you for funding? Would it be conferences? Would it be collaboration? Would you be looking for equipment to support this topic in this community? I'm just going to kind of scroll here and maybe tell me what pops out to you.
I was perhaps the institutional, what did it say? Yeah, program and curriculum development.
Okay.
That does.
Great. Excellent. So now I'm just going to drop down and hit search. Wow. So we have 750 results. So I'm going to go ahead and save this search. Can you tell me your name, please?
Sure. Shauna, S-H-A-W-N-A.
Okay. Sorry. I was not looking at my Zoom and I didn't see.
You're fine.
So Shauna Stevens. Okay. So I'm going to save that. And I can actually email you this search separately or in the chat. So it's the 750 results, but this would give you a starting point. And if you wanted to do some refining, you could go to refine search. And sometimes what I do is I use this exclude opportunities at the bottom, which is basically like, okay, I know that this is not going to be funding artistic pursuits. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for clinical trials. I'm not looking for dissertation funding. So you can kind of weed out some things that way. So I'm going to see if that makes a difference to the numbers. It's a little bit of, well, not too much. So there's a little bit of an art and science to this with, you know, refining that search. But for just for example's sake, you know, we've gone from kind of a broader search down to 750, and then you can scroll to and start curating to see what might actually be an opportunity you would like to go for. So that, I know wow, time flies. So we're already at 2:50 in terms of our time, but I really wanted to make sure that I at least showed you a little bit about Pivot, and just to reiterate I hope it is a tool that's available to you all. And Shauna, I can email you the saved search that we just did. So just one, we might not have time for this last point because it looks like there's some questions, and I do want to pause and answer questions. So I'm just going to allow, I think everyone has access to this PowerPoint, so you can read the last couple of slides. But I just want to say, you know, there's this this kind of art and science to this, because it's like, all right, I found the perfect match. I just went through the 750, I curated down to 10, and I think I found the perfect match. So there's this kind of interim step after you've done all your searching, from finding the funding and applying. There's this middle step that kind of sometimes gets skipped over, and that's information seeking. What I mean by that, I mean, find out as much as you can about the specific opportunity before you actually start writing and applying, because it may sound great and you may get so excited, but there may be just like one little red flag, like, oh, this is only available in 7 states and mine's not one of them, you know, or something like that. So sometimes that can be like a heartbreaker. Like it just seems so perfect. This is exactly what I'm looking for. But before you get too excited, not to splash cold water on this, but you do want to just read as much as you can about that specific opportunity and make sure it's a fit. It's a little bit like dating, you know, like before you commit, you want to find out and make sure everything's all good. So I have some tips for how to find out as much as possible about your specific opportunity after you've done all this searching. You found the 1 or 2 you want to go for. These are some things to think about. So I'll just let you guys read those at your leisure. And I will pause now and thank you for your time and attention, and see if there are questions that I can answer.
I think one of the things that I've been looking for is an alternative to Pivot, since it doesn't seem like they have access to Pivot. Do you know anything offhand that other either external databases or?
Offhand, I'm not aware of other databases per se, but before we started using Pivot, the slides that I showed you in the middle about going directly to the agencies that you're interested in, PND is a really good resource, especially if you're interested in nonprofits. I've spent a lot of time here. This is available on the World Wide Web. It is everything related to nonprofit, and it's pretty comprehensive. So you can certainly start here for nonprofit, grants.gov for federal. I mean, Pivot is a great tool, and it's got those bells and whistles, and it's fancy, but it really, at the end of the day, combines federal and private. And your go-to resource for federal is grants.gov, and your go-to resource for private is PND. So that's where I would start. And then once you start poking around and start finding the specific agencies you're interested in, then you could just go directly to those agency websites and do a funding search there. The examples I showed you earlier for NSF, if that's at all of interest, or even IES, they have their funding pages that you can search. So that would be kind of my advice. And that's indeed what I've done before we started using Pivot. I used grants.gov and PND, and I got plenty of opportunities, came my way. Again, signing up for those alerts and checking my email every day is a very useful strategy too.
I also found another grantforward.com as another, it seems pivot-ish, where you can do a search. You can definitely do it. There's a paid subscription, but you can also do, or it'll allow you to do a free search. Any association or networking platform where we can network with program officers. I will say, well, I'm sorry, I know that let me let Catherine answer that question.
No, go ahead. The question was,
I found that honestly one of the best ways, and I know that this is going to seem, I'll just say it, and then we can talk back up from it. In the sense of, if you're able to identify a particular foundation or an organization that you're interested in, then looking at that particular organization and institution to see what, either like Catherine showed with the NSF in terms of directorates or the ways that they're organized, and then reaching out to that person individually. All of the program officers I have spoken to are, they want you to reach out to them individually. They want to talk to you about your projects to see if they're eligible for funding for their particular organizations. And so I know we were just talking about searching, how do you search for them to help you identify organizations that you could then do your homework and find out which particular program officer you could talk to. But I found that the program officers are always open to talking with you directly. Many of our professional associations, especially honestly, the research organizations, have more of these opportunities, I think, to find funding, or may have more opportunities where you're placed in the same space with program officers or folks who have access to research funds. I found, especially at conferences, where some of the receptions, y'all know we're used to receptions and those being hosted by institutions. But sometimes at some of the research conferences, there are opportunities for us to network with program officers, because they also hold receptions. And those can be great places for you to network.
Also, I'm sorry, Tamara.
Nope, you go ahead.
To piggyback off that idea, especially these days with work from home, et cetera, there are many webinars that the different agencies are hosting. I just went to one that NSF had last week. So if you're able to attend, here we go, they had a virtual conference, NSF virtual conference, and they had different program officers were presenting different topics. So that's a great way to jump in there and learn about the agency, learn about what they're funding, but also put a face with the topic, that you're interested in, and network. And they're open to questions and chat, et cetera. And so that would be kind of a great way too. Most of these agencies have a YouTube channel, and they post their, it's great to attend live so you can kind of put yourself out there a little bit and ask the questions and network, but you can also access the information afterwards on YouTube. So that was yeah.
Just put a plug in for developing a relationship or a connection with a faculty member who might be interested in doing the same work, who is doing research related to the work that you might be doing programmatically. And I say that because as you see, there's lots of research funding that is available. And so if you're able to partner with someone who could do research on the primary work that you're doing, that's like the best of both worlds for a faculty member and for you. You're getting money for your program to actually implement your quote unquote intervention perhaps. And you're also getting the expertise from someone who can help you with collecting data that can be used for future funding opportunities. So I feel like it's oftentimes, I think that student affairs professionals don't think about partnering with faculty because it's research-based, but I think that those actually can be some really beneficial and fruitful partnerships for both folks, for the folks on the academic side, as well as the folks in student affairs. You're getting money, again, to support your work, and they're also helping you to make your work stronger and better and providing an evidence base for the work that you do. So I would encourage you to, and actually as one of our pieces of homework in a little bit is to brainstorm about some potential collaborators that are outside of student affairs because of just the access to resources that exist in these other spaces that you may not even think about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a faculty member who's interested in suicide awareness and prevention, and that's his research area, and he wants to get research funding for interventions to help students. And so he has partnered with some different organizations on campus to basically, just like Dr. Bertrand-Jones was saying, it's like that partnership between the student affairs and his research interests to help students in living learning communities. Because his theory is that if you're able to get students in a social setting, their peers might identify signs earlier and help with interventions. So it's like getting together with RAs and partnering with this researcher interested in suicide prevention. So it's that exactly what Dr. Bertrand-Jones just said, that partnership is, I've seen it, and it's a really great way for everyone to get the funding they need.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Catherine. We appreciate you so much.
You're welcome.
Hopefully, Catherine planted lots of seeds, or at least helped you to see the stars as she had in her takeaways, that you were able to think about your work in a broader way, perhaps, or think about some creative ways that you could begin to look at some potential opportunities to fund your work. And these, I think, main takeaways are some of the key pieces that we definitely want you to take away in thinking about how to do these searches, and what are some of the other questions to ask yourself as you're doing these searches to be able to take away for and do your own searching for relevant funding sources. We appreciate you, Catherine.
Well, thank you for having me. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your conference today and have a great afternoon. I guess this is where we sign off.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
All right.
Your work, your direct work that is more aligned with their roles and responsibilities. And so we're excited that you're here. Dr. Stark serves as the Associate Vice Provost for Student Success at the University of Connecticut. He oversees the division that's responsible for retention, access, equity, and academic engagement efforts across the 5 campus system. Prior to UConn, Dr. Stark served as department chair and director of the Center for Academic Retention and Enhancement at Florida State University. While he was there, he managed operations to promote access and student success for first generation, minoritized, and other traditionally underrepresented populations. He earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology, a master's in higher education, and a doctorate in higher education administration, all from Florida State University. And he has over 20 years of experience in both student affairs and academic affairs. He's worked in both 2-year and 4-year institutions, spanning multiple areas in higher education, including pre-college programming, transition support, advising and financial aid, homeless and foster care student engagement, and post-graduation preparation. Over the last 10 years, Dr. Stark has successfully secured almost $17 million in grant funds across multiple institutions to help develop and promote co-curricular programming, particularly focusing on access and engagement of first-generation students. So just from his bio alone, I think y'all can see, right, or you can hear why I felt he would be a great person to have this discussion with you. And so, Dr. Stark, I think you should have access to be able to share your screen. You test that out for us. Okay.
One. Okay. Haven't done Zoom in a while. So I hope I can live up to the hype.
You will, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
We believe in you.
Oh, that's a lot coming from you, Makes me feel good. So good afternoon. I'm glad to be here. As she said, I have the privilege of serving as the provost, associate vice provost for student success here in Connecticut. It has been a transition. I've only been here for 10 months. So I have started to get used to the cold. But it has provided a lot of opportunity, even in the last 10 months, to really focus a lot more on grant efforts and how do we expand opportunities for co-curricular engagement across UConn's 5-campus system. And so, I'm kind of today using that as a framework of the presentation and really kind of just talk about how I approach grant writing and how I kind of tackled some of the major sections in different grants. I've also included on the Google Drive a worksheet that kind of helps me when I think of how to frame the different efforts. So you'll be able to kind of break down some of those pieces for yourself. But let's jump right in. So you've already participated in, I know, the other workshops related to grants. And so there's no need for me, obviously, to review what a grant is or anything like that. But I do kind of want to talk about briefly how I see each part of the grant. And I really try to think of it in as simplest terms as possible. It helps me break it down from this big, massive undertaking, especially when you're dealing with federal and huge governmental grants, and breaking it down to something very small that I deal with. So, I like to see, here's what's wrong. That's the basis of a grant. Like, here's what's wrong, why that thing's a problem, what I need to address the problem, what I will do with your money, what will happen if you give me your money, and then here's how I'm gonna prove that everything I said I would do works. Okay. And so breaking that down a little bit more, it goes into how do I translate that? I guess we're in higher ed, we speak technical a lot of times and try to sound, use our $5 words. And so this is where we see, here's what's wrong translates over to defining the purpose and the problem. I need to define what is it that we need to address? What is it that I want to talk about? Then we're going to transition into the need, the rationale. Why is this problem, or why is this a certain problem? Or I'm going to include important information that gives the context of what the issue is I'm trying to address. I need to develop a budget of how I want to address the problem, and then provide detailed explanation of how I'm going to spend this money. I'll set outcomes and objectives, so I know what's the goal I'm reaching towards. It should also be able to reflect how I'm making progress towards those goals. I'm going to build a plan that outlines specifically what I'm going to do to address that problem. And then I'll evaluate my progress towards meeting those objectives. And so breaking it into, like, say, more technical terms, it kind of gives the overall structure for what a lot of the grants that I've engaged in kind of, even though they may use different titles and things, these are some of the main sections that I kind of want to go over today. So kind of let's go into each one of these. So in defining the purpose and the problem, you're looking to see what's wrong and, who do you want to serve? And so I approach this from looking at a brief description of what the problem is. Now, you can do it with a brief introduction. You want to let the readers know about the institution, a brief, and I keep stressing the word brief, because in a lot of grants, you don't get much page limits. You have very small page limits for what you're trying to convey. And so we use this as an opportunity to go very brief, but to let the readers know a bit about your institution. Maybe you reference the location. You might talk about the number of students that are enrolled. Sometimes I use this space to also identify the target population that I want to serve. Or if I'm looking at more of a community-based kind of approach, I might talk about the target area or community that I'm going to deal with. And maybe I even talk about some of their characteristics. And then if you're working with, some grants might actually want you to talk about how you are experienced to do the work. So you may also present, how you're qualified to kind of go into this arena for whatever the proposal that you're doing. Now, I recommend that you always start with some sort of introduction because it welcomes the reader. The person who's seeing this, they're reading so many different grants in a lot of cases. And what this does is allow them to kind of transition to a different space for your grant. But also, the grant body is called a narrative for a reason. And so you are approaching this like a story. And you don't just jump right into, here's the plot twist in the story. You start off welcoming people and bringing them in to get them hooked onto why you want to keep reading the story. And so that's essentially what your intro is going to do. So a lot of your introductions there may not be space in a lot of grants for an introduction. And so I like to actually use part of the needs section to be able to identify that. But because you understand your page limited, you don't have to have an entire 2-page paper on the introduction of your institution and the problem and things of that nature. You can still be brief if you have to bury it as part of your introduction. You can still be brief, but you want to make sure you at least identify who you are as an institution, who you're serving, and a general introduction of the target issues that you're going to be dealing with. Now, what I wanted to do is kind of provide an example of how that looks when I kind of introduce in a grant. So here you can see that, I really start off talking about the university is a big Carnegie Research extensive public institution in a certain city. Our enrollment was 10,000 and, most of the students on the main campus. And to kind of go into a little bit, really, it showed the institutional profile. Here's who we are. And then eventually I get into, for the last 50 years, we've been providing great success and And what we are proposing is to provide more services to 100 first-year students. So that kind of identified our capacity and our expertise in this area and the target population. Now, truthfully, if I needed to save on space, I could have made that just 3 sentences instead of the 5 that are sitting here. And it would have still accomplished some of those main ways to be able to say, here's who I am, here's who I want to serve, and here's why I'm good for being able to do this project. And then, towards the end, as I get ready to transition into the next section, that needs section, that's where I'm going to go over, first generation students and talk a little bit about, here's the problem. First gen students face significant difficulties during higher education compared to their continuing generation counterparts. Okay, and then maybe a couple more sentences that kind of outline those struggles. And then I'm closing essentially with, now we want to build a program to address what I just briefly introduced. And so now that then transitions me into the next section. So I've introduced what the problem is and a brief glimpse of what I want to do. And so now I'm going to talk about why we need this. What are the underlying issues that contribute to this problem? And what's the rationale behind me needing to implement some type of program, service, or develop some type of resource. And so when I get into the needs section, this is where I try to tackle, first describing just how bad things are. This is the chance for you to really talk about all of the academic, social, economic, any other issue that this group of people, this area, your campus, or whatever, what they're facing, and what efforts might directly or indirectly really affect their success or their engagement or whatever it is that you're trying to address. Now, I'm gonna be honest, if there's something that you get from me, it is that this section is not the time where you brag about how good you are, your institution is. This is where you show all the holes, the cracks, the deficits, the things that exist, the issues that are there, the lack of resources that are on your campus. This is where you really basically, I hate, for lack of a better term, make your campus look bad. You do it professionally because you want to keep your job, but you definitely want to kind of say, we don't have these things, and here are the deficits. Bragging can actually lead you to saying, well, you know what, you already have resources to implement this thing. Why do you need my money? I actually experienced a time where I submitted to some partners for them to complete a grant, and they changed this section and really bragged about their efforts. And the grant came back saying, you do not need our money because you already have so much going on. So again, this is the time to really expose the deficits that happen, but you do not attribute any of the deficits to the students themselves. It's not their ability or lack thereof which is causing the deficits. You're talking about, if you're talking about deficits, it's really about the systems, the environments, the lack of resources, the things that weren't available or weren't adequate enough, or again, those environments and what the institution is missing to better support the students to help resolve this issue or to help expand participation or things of that nature. So a lot of my work focuses on underrepresented students and their success. And so my perspective may come from looking at the fact that the schools that students enroll from high school in may not offer AP classes. And so their success was not because they couldn't handle the rigor of college, it's because they didn't have the resources in high school to be able to transition or prepare them for the transition to higher education. And so you see, you really want to make sure you stay away from it's the student's fault versus the system or the resources weren't there. Now, in the needs section, the needs section is definitely the time where you introduce your data. You got cold, hard stats and other information that can demonstrate that this is truly a need that you need to tackle. And it goes beyond them taking your word for it that, hey, there's a problem. It's like, okay, now I'm going to prove there's a problem. So it establishes that you know what you're talking about. And you're not just creating this fictitious issue just to get money out of nowhere. Now, when you're using your data, one of the biggest things you want to do is make sure that you use the most recent data available. There's nothing more damaging to a grant than having something submitted and the data you're using for your campus is from 10 years ago. Or, especially if there's some data that's updated every year. If there's an annual survey that comes out and using the survey data from 3 years ago, then that'll be very telling. It kind of shows a little laziness, and it could show that you very well just didn't put the effort in that you could have when it comes down to it. Some people will cite you or will hit you and ding you in points because the data may be so old. So as new of data as you can get, you want to be able to insert that. Now, when putting in the data, it's always better to use data that speaks specifically to your student population, the target community, or the people that you're trying to support or serve. If you have information that's specifically about the students that you're looking for serving, that's what you're going to want to use. If you don't have institutional data, then obviously you may have to use some additional measures to be able to kind of show the need. But it may very well be that you have to then create some kind of way to measure it or work with your IR department to be able to find a way to pull some data that is specifically speaking about the students that you're trying to serve. And because we're good researchers, you're going to want to make sure you cite your sources, even if they don't require a reference page. And a lot of the grants I have I don't have time to insert a reference page. Well, not time. I don't have space, because if they say there's 60 pages in a grant, I'm gonna use all 60 pages to talk about the grant, and I'll keep the reference page in my back pocket so that I at least will still have that information. But you want to make sure that you cite and you do your due diligence so that the data is shown is from an official source. Always better when you can have a third-party source to be able to pull data from. That even if that third-party source is your IR department and not you yourself, that is always a good thing as well. And then this data serves as the baseline for what your objectives are. You're going to design your objectives to be. We'll talk about it a little bit later, but this does provide the basis for how far you want to make improvements when you move forward. Now, I think an effective use of the needs section is that it provides a better picture of just how bad the situation is. Remember, you really want to show that it's not good. So to do that, the best way is to use a comparison group or groups to be able to show to put the data into context. So if we're going to use local data as much as possible, this is where you can use other data at the institution maybe to show how bad the situation is. So maybe you take the opportunity to identify and quantify some of your gaps. And so for me, if I'm doing that, I'm going to develop let's say I'm doing a program for academic support for first-gen students. Easy reference for me to kind of go into. What I might talk about is that they have lower test scores when they enroll at my institution compared to students who are not first generation. And what I may do is I'll take their scores and then I can compare them to non-first generation students at my school and their scores. Maybe if there's data that shows that nationally, the national average of the test scores are much higher as well, I'll include that as a comparison data. But here's one of those tricks. You want to use the comparison data that makes you look like there's a problem. So let's say the national data for graduation rates of first-gen students, for example, but the national data shows that you are well behind the trend nationally in terms of the students that you're trying to serve at your institution. But if you compare to the state, that you're actually ahead, I just leave out the state data. You really try to find a way to show that it's a compelling comparison. Part of that will be in how you introduce the data to be able to kind of show that comparison. This is not a research paper. This is not an article submitted for publication. So you do have the flexibility to use a sample that would fit your narrative. So a lot of grants also, they kind of have a page limit. And so the best way that you can kind of work within that to save space and to save a lot of your time is using tables and figures. There's a lot of times where the tables and figures that you use are exempt from font and other spacing requirements. Like a lot of tables don't have to be double spaced and things like that. And so this does provide you with the ability for the reader to quickly see the problem, but also to save space so you don't have to write all of these words and waste valuable page limits. The other thing is, if you are going to use tables and figures, you're going to need to introduce them. So you don't just throw data out there. You will kind of introduce something as saying, oh, as in table such and such outlines, this is the impact of student success, or this is the impact, or this is the need for A, B, and C. So you're always going to introduce your tables and figures with a narrative to set the reader up to know what they're looking at. So I kind of wanted to give you a snapshot of some of the possible data things you could pull into the needs section that might help better tell your story, better tell the problem. And like I said, a lot of my work is focused on student success. And so these kind of outline some of those areas when I think of student success. You know, GPAs, test scores, the economic conditions that are affecting student success, other problems. If I'm looking at like TRIO grants, pre-college TRIO grants, I might talk about unemployment in the area and family income levels. If I'm looking at a graduate program, I talk about the lack of role models that keep them from going to graduate school, lack of participation in study abroad and things like that, which obviously go back to affecting student success as well. But basically, you want to find the information data that tells the need of the population you want to target. And then you're going to really outline those. Now, in some grants, they're going to tell you specifically some of the things that you want. If you're looking at the Department of Education, for example, they're going to say that the way we score the needs section is we're looking for this stuff. And so you're going to specifically go looking for that data and be able to say, if I want to, they're talking about graduation rates, then you're going to go find graduation rates and you're going to insert the tables and you're going to put the narrative in there. Other ones don't necessarily say, especially if you're dealing with non-governmental grants, they're not going to necessarily tell you what they're looking for, but you need to, again, show them the need. And so you kind of group what are the problems and go from that perspective. So overall, the needs section is one of the most important pieces that you're going to write in a grant. It doesn't only establish the why to the person reading the grant, it truthfully might be probably the second most valuable section you have in terms of point total. When they're doing scoring matrix, a lot of times you'll see that the needs section may be the highest, the second highest point total right behind the plan of operations and the plan of how you're going to do what you said you're going to do. So you really want to take a lot of time and devote a lot of attention to this section. When you're trying to decide how many pages maybe that you're going to deal with in regards to the grant, you may actually devote a lot more to this than some of the other sections, say like the budget or anything like that. Some of the last little advice on the need, I would definitely say that you want to use this section and make them cry. Figuratively, but there are sometimes you might actually want to go in and make them cry because that captures their attention and it makes them very invested into what you're writing. You're going to paint a picture of that need. You're going to talk about what's missing. But you're going to kind of also show that it's not a dire strait that you can't make a change. So you're going to leave the opportunity to say hope. So this is where I love to talk about in different parts of the needs section where it's like with such and such data table that this information demonstrates the need for our project services. And so it keeps talking about that, it is bad, but if I get this money, I have the potential to make it better. So you don't make it just a black hole, you make it where there's still a glimmer of hope if you are able to implement the things that you're going to talk about. So again, remember, don't highlight how amazing your institution is. You really want to go into talking about what is missing and how you need resources to be able to fill that void. And then use tables and figures. And then you want to highlight the baseline data. When you're using those tables and figures, you might put a star by the data that will lead to objective. And what I usually do is in where I put the source of my citation, I may say the star means this is the baseline data for objective 3 or objective 4, and go from there. Now you want to talk about how much you want and for what. You know, it's one of the biggest things that the reason why you're applying for a grant is because you want somebody's money. And so this is a section where you're going to definitely outline and articulate specifically what you want. You got to be honest, but you need to be reasonable. I generally go from the framework that I don't ask for way more than I actually need. I've actually met with some grant reviewers before and on a couple state grants when I was in Florida, and they talked about how they actually deemed people because they asked for double the amount that a reasonable person would have asked for, simply because they were just trying to move the needle up and say, I need so much more. If I don't get this money, it won't work. And it made them look greedy, and so they lost points and lost the amount they could have gotten because they were just unreasonable. So you definitely want to be reasonable and be honest. When you're building a budget, you may already have categories in mind, and it may articulate categories that you can go in, but you know, some of the things you want to consider are the salary and fringe, what you're paying people, the transportation, not just the student transportation, but you may want to see and include transportation for the staff. If allowable, meal and meal costs. So you know, when you're doing student programming, if you feed them, they will show up. So let the grant pay for it if it's allowed. Stipends, scholarships, any other student support costs that you may need, you know, for students to participate. Supplies and instructional materials. Now here's one where if you're doing, for example, a healthy eating class, your supplies would actually be the food. It wouldn't be under meal costs. And so that's one of the ways where if meal costs aren't allowed, but you're doing some of that co-curricular programming, you really want to think about what is a supply versus what is one of those other direct costs. And then look at any other operational costs that you may need. Now, indirect costs, many institutions are going to charge you indirect costs to be able to administer some of these grants. Some of the indirect costs are very, very high. And so you want to be mindful of that when you're building your budget and making sure the appropriate percentages are there. Sometimes you may be able to negotiate with your grants office to reduce that amount, which is good. If you can reduce that amount, it means you can invest more of the funding into the students themselves. Now, some grants have matching requirements. So that means you have to find some sort of actual cash or indirect support to be able to match a percentage of the funding that they're providing. Now, this is, again, where you can be very creative. Like I just talked about before, if you can get your sponsored programs or grants office to reduce the amount that they will charge you in indirect costs, you can use that as a match, the unrecovered indirect costs. I've done it plenty of times because it saves me from having to actually put real money from my budget into grants. But there's other ways, like when I worked at a community college, we were allowed to use the market value of the rooms that, or like the auditorium rental, and we matched that because the college wouldn't charge our program to use it. And so that became a match on the grant. Didn't come out of my pocket, was an easy way to kind of get that agreement, and you're able to meet some of the requirements in terms of matching funds. Another kind of tip, don't match if you don't have to. You know, you might think it looks good if it's like, oh, I'm going to show how much the university will put forward to making this work. It may not be necessary. And if it's not necessary, it could show that you still have enough resources to do this thing without funding. But I'm going to talk about in a little bit exactly how you can show your institution support without it being counted as a match and could not hurting you. So when building your budget, you also want to make sure that you know what's allowable and not allowable to spend this money on. There are some small hidden things that you may not notice in some government grants in particular that you can't spend. I believe one of the government grants that we were successfully getting, it actually forbid going to aquariums. And it's like, where did that come out of? And actually, if you're going to take a trip to Atlanta, one of the things you would have normally taken students was to the Georgia Aquarium. And so you want to make sure that you don't include those kind of things on your budget, because if someone's just doing a glance over and they see that, they could deem you in points for that. So make sure you know what's allowable and what's not allowable when you're building your budget. For me, I always use Excel. Even if there's a Word, they want it in Word document or they have their own form, I will translate their form to Excel and insert formulas so that I'll be able to build my budget. And then I'll just cut and paste and format it to fit into whatever thing they want. I recommend that because it's easier when you are trying to check your calculations. It's faster to kind of look at what you're doing and cuts down on mistakes. Now, one of the most important parts of the budget is justifying, what you're asking for. Some people, they group all of the expenses and all the category of expenses together and kind of give a small description. And so that's fine. Like they'll put all the salary and fringe together and say a small narrative of here's what this all goes to. I'm hiring a full-time person and tutors and things of that nature. If space is an issue, then that may be the route that you wind up going. Now me, I'm a little more particular. I go line by line. And so every single expense I have or every category, I'm going to put a justification for what I'm spending in there with the math formula as well. So if I'm doing student transportation, and I may go in and say, I'm going to have one bus times 2 trips times $500 a bus. And then I'll put the next thing. And so everything that I'm going to spend, I'm going to articulate, this is how I'm going to spend that. For fringe, I might just put the rate. So it's a little more general. And if the salary is not hourly, then there's no math formula. I won't necessarily put the hourly rate for a salaried position, but I would put their effort and their FTE equivalent. So they know it's a full-time person at 100% effort on the project, and I'm paying them this amount of money. So no matter what level you kind of go into your detail, you need to be able to provide kind of a justification that specifically talks about how you're going to allocate those funds, because this also provides an opportunity for you to connect their money to your services. And so if you said, for example, you're going to implement some type of advising system and program, then your budget should have a line that shows, oh, I'm hiring advisors, or I'm paying for the workshops for the students to attend for this thing. So you want to, it's a great opportunity there. The last thing is you want to check your math. Even with Excel, you can still make some problems. And the budget may not be that many points, but you don't want to lose any points or any kind of checks in order for in just a section that is very easy for you to just get an automatic 100% done. I'll admit I was writing a grant at one point, and I had a student assistant who was an accounting major. She was in her senior year, and I thought I had everything perfect. I was ready to kind of put the finishing touches on, and I was like, can you just double check my budget? And she found $1 million error in there that saved us from submitting a bad budget, and we would have lost a couple points for it, which means we would have lost the opportunity for the grant. And so, if you can, check your math and get someone else who might be a little more versed if you're not a good person in math to do it. I was a psych major, I took 2 math classes. So now you have the funding, you know what you want to do in terms of, what you want in terms of money. Now you need to kind of talk about what you hope to accomplish if you implement services. And so the objectives serve as a point where you will show what you believe you can make improvements in with the money that you receive. How you will implement services, and if you implement those services, here's what you hope to achieve. This is also where you're going to take that baseline data from the needs section and be able to use that to really outline, well, here's how bad it is, here's how I'm going to improve, here's where I want to improve, or here's where I think I can take the students in terms of their participation or their success or whatever it is you're looking at. That's what you want to highlight here. When you build your outcomes, I always say be aspirational, but don't be so aspirational that it's unrealistic. If you have a 25% graduation rate and say, I'm gonna hit 80% in 1 year, is that really realistic? If you think you can, you have to really show how you can do that in your plan or even in the objective section. But if you can say, based on data looking at other programs similar across the nation, I can go 6% and feel comfortable, then that's what you want to be realistic about and you want to articulate. And it's always good to promise at a certain level and still over deliver. That's not a bad thing when you're kind of measuring where you're going to go. So essentially you're kind of thinking, with the resources that this grant provides and some of the supplemental support I'm getting from the institution, where can I really move this needle? And that's how you're going to really approach your objectives or objectives. Now, some grants either provide a whole objective, some provide the language that they want you to use, and you have to insert the figure or the number and give rationale for it. And then there are other ones who just write the grant, write the objective, and you tell us what you're going to measure. So what you want to make sure is that regardless of which approach the grant kind of gives you, you want to use measurable, quantifiable language when you write your outcomes, and make sure that it's referenced in the language, like the timeline for when you're going to move the needle in a sense. So your objectives are important because they're going to serve as the basis of your evaluation. And we're going to talk about that in a minute as well. So kind of wanted to give you a few examples. So the first objective that I have here, it kind of goes into, it's an objective from the talent search competition that just closed from the US Department of Education. And so this is where they give you the objective and they say, insert the number based off of your needs section. You have the baseline and you put in a number of where you want to take the students over the course of the year. And that becomes the basis of your evaluations every year. Now, there's some other ones that I just developed, looking at, well, what if I had to do this stuff on my own? And so using the same framework, I would articulate that, I want my participants to be able to do something by the end of their participation in the program. That could be by the end of the year, that could be 6 years from now, but really try to say, okay, I can now articulate this in measurable language. Or you're going to say that, a certain percentage of students will be able to increase their knowledge by completing something. And so you want to be able to, again, articulate how will you be able to measure they've increased their knowledge. You can't just say they'll increase their knowledge and then have nothing to measure it by, because again, this is going to serve as a basis for your evaluation. And if you can articulate that now, it provides less work to try to explain away how you're going to measure your objectives in the evaluation section. All right, in our plan of operations, this is where we are really going to go in and specifically talk about what it is you're going to do. We've already talked about the problem. We've already asked for their money. We've already showed where we believe we can take the students or we can move the program if we got their money. Now we need to tell them, what are we specifically going to do with their funds? So the plan is just that, a detailed, specific play-by-play of what you want to do with this proposal. So your plan is going to outline the activities, your services, the resources you want to provide. It's what is it that you will implement, how you will implement it, how often you're going to implement it, who's going to do the implementation. You'll talk about who will be responsible for what aspects of the project. This is also where you might even describe the positions that'll be working on the project. Now, I always recommend that if you're going to describe positions, you don't necessarily talk about specific people unless they ask for it. So instead of me saying that, Shauna is going to be the advisor, and I will outline the responsibilities of an advisor, in that position, who will be targeting the population. people leave, and you want to be able to kind of say, well, I'm not building this around a person, I'm building this around the functions of this role. Now, some grants will ask for information on specific people because they want to establish if you have expertise or credibility at actually carrying out the project. NSF is very good for that, where they will tell you to insert the names and the positions, and they want the full bio sketch of the people who are involved in implementing the program. And so you definitely have some grants that will do it, but there are other ones who don't necessarily want the specific person. So this is also, the plan is also where I'll talk about other people, other offices or organizations that are going to partner with me or will assist in providing some of the supports to implement the project. In terms of resources dedicated to support the project, remember, I said if you don't have to match, you don't want to match. But this is where you have a chance to really go in about what support you're getting from the institution, from other organizations, from community members, from people. This is really where you can go in to show, hey, we have all of this to really enhance this project, if we're able to implement it. Again, I also sometimes, when I'm able to, put a dollar figure around that. So if I'm saying that, the provost office is going to provide $10,000 in transportation towards this project, I'll put that down there. Now, if I'm not required to do a match, I'll put an asterisk and at the bottom saying this does not constitute a match. So that way they know I am not proposing a match. Some grants are very explicit that match is not required. I actually had a grant submitted to the NSF where there was no match, but the way some of the language read, they sent it back to us and said, you need to clean this up because a match is not allowed per NSF guidelines. So we cleaned it up and resubmitted. Thankfully, we were able to resubmit and we did get that grant. But there's some where you have to be explicit to show that it doesn't match. Other ones, they don't care as much, but you don't want to commit yourself to doing something that in a year or so, you don't have the funding to be able to do anymore. The plan section is also where you'll have a chance to kind of articulate the management structure of the project. So you may only need to put the staffing structure. Other people may just want to talk about where the program would live, whether it's under student affairs or academic affairs, or how that organization would be structured. Department of Education grants, for example, they want both. They're going to want to know not only, how the program itself will be structured and managed and carried out, they want to know where the program sits in the grand scheme of the organization. So you really are going to have to make sure that as you build this, you really think about how this program will be managed, where it will be located, and how does other offices maybe influence or contribute to that management plan. Some grants, like some foundation grants, may only need you to just say it'll be in this department and that's it, and they don't care. So you really want to look again at the proposal request and see what is it that they're looking for and build that kind of management plan around that. Now, as you're articulating the activities and the services, you're going to need to also kind of articulate when they're going to happen. This is a good time. You can use a table, something to kind of talk about the timeline of activities. Remember, the plan is your play-by-play. This is almost your manual of how you're going to carry out every aspect of this grant and this program. And so it gives you a framework of saying, okay, I'm going to do these services at this particular time. And so you can easily hand that plan off to the staff who are supposed to implement and carry that vision out. If you yourself are not the person who's going to be implementing the project, you're just writing the grant, they'll be able to see exactly what they need to do and when they need to do it. So now, many government grants, they require additional things like fiscal management, hiring practices, how you're going to keep records, how you're going to manage funds and things like that. So you'll have to be mindful of some of those practices and kind of make sure that you really take into consideration a lot of those detailed things. For example, if you're dealing with a Department of Education and you're dealing with student records, you're going to have to reference FERPA. They're going to want to make sure that you adhere to the all federal institution, state guidelines. And so you may even just reference, some of those things as well in your plan. Now, the plan section is going to be probably your largest section that you write, because it is essentially what you're going to do. It's where you're going to spend the most of your time. You're going to dedicate the largest part of your grant to this section. And so usually it's going to have the greatest weight and the most number of points in government grants. It's going to have the most number of points attached to it. And so you're going to really spend a lot of time on this, really go hard in making sure you build out the plan. Couple tips that I have when kind of building a plan: don't invent terms, use everyday language. If it's an advisor, call it an advisor. Even if at your institution you have this beautiful poetic language for a person's job, just call them an advisor, because chances are the person reading that has no idea what that is. And so that gives them that cognitive dissonance, and it hurts them in trying to, oh, like, what is this? And having to reference back to the definition, because you're going to have to define what that position is. You're taking up valuable space. Just say in everyday language what it is. You don't want to give anybody any reason to slow down and start dinging you for just crazy stuff. Some readers really ding you for the most minute things possible. Now, this is, again, like I said, this is where you are able to quantify your partnerships, your institutional, your contributions, your in-kind contributions. This is where you can really hone in on that and be able to show, you didn't talk about how great your institution was in the needs section, but this is a chance to show that, look, we might not have these resources in particular to be able to really affect change, but we can bring in other resources, other partners to help move this grant forward. So it's not just all the heavy lifting isn't coming from the grant. This is a true commitment of the institution. And so that you're going to use that to definitely put in there. Tables and figures, again, you can save some space. You can get around, in a lot of cases, you can get around the double spacing and the margin and font sizes when you do figures. And so consider that in this section as well, so that it paints an easier picture for them to see. If you're talking about a timeline of things, for example, don't write a paragraph of when it's going to, just do a table that shows the timeline of when activities will take place. Now, pictures, those are hit or miss. I am not a fan of pictures if you're going to talk about, I'm providing every staff member in the office with a desk and a computer and taking a picture of a blank office. It makes no sense. But there may be times where if you're talking about a grant and that's about expanding the opportunity for students to work in a research lab, you might insert a picture of a student in a research lab. That really helps push that narrative forward. And so you're going to have to kind of figure, when you do it, is it the right picture and is it effective? And will it hurt you in terms of the space to be able to explain the rest of the pieces of the grant that you need? So it's hit or miss. I'm not necessarily a fan of pictures myself, but in the last couple I've submitted, we've inserted them because they called for it. One last thing is that you want to consider the voice that you're writing. If you're writing a new grant, you may not have a problem, because the way that you're writing, the voice to which you're writing this is as though you've never had it and you're moving forward from there. But if you've already been funded, you might want to consider writing it from the perspective of not having been funded. But you have to play that depending on the funding agency. Like the NSF, for example, they know you're renewing your grants. They have a different review process. So they want to hear about what have you already done with the money we've given you before. So they're going to really go deep into that. But for a lot of other grants, especially like the Department of Education, they're not referencing your existing data and your existing research on your program. They're coming from the perspective as though you do not have a grant. And so you're going to kind of use that voice in a lot of the writing that you do, even if you may have some references to a survey on your campus of the existing students who resemble the population or eligible students. You're still going to write from a different perspective. So the biggest key is when you read the RFP, you're going to kind of be able to know which voice you want to go with, because they're going to tell you if they want to know current efforts, current results from a current grant or not. Again, it's the same thing like I said when talking about grants, the personnel. Some grants will tell you to identify the key personnel in the grants. Other ones will probably prefer you to be more general and talk about positions as opposed to people. And so you're going to want to kind of read the RFP to kind of decide which route to go to determine which voice that you use. Now, one of the last sections, we're going to look at is the evaluation. Now, we've talked about the problem. We've asked them for their money. We told them what we're going to do with their money. And we said where we hope to make improvements based on what we did. So now you got to measure to see if what you did actually worked. So your evaluation, some grants, when it comes to the evaluation piece, it isn't just about whether you evaluate at the end of the cycle. If it's a 5-year grant, you're trying to say, oh, I'm going to renew for the next 5 years. Sometimes your evaluation can help from certain agencies or even donors. If you do it at the end of a year, they can actually decide if I'm going to let you keep your money into the next year, regardless of the cycle. And so you want to make sure that, you do an effective evaluation so your funding isn't cut off in the middle of an entire grant cycle. It also helps you to know if what you're doing is actually effective. So your evaluation plan serves as a guide to how you're going to actually assess the different elements and pieces and the program as a whole. Your evaluation starts on day one. Everything you've done from the very first day to the last day is part of your project. And so you're going to have elements in your evaluation about the different pieces that you've said in your grant, particularly in your program of operations, that you've said you're going to implement. And so you need to be able to measure whether those work. The good thing about it is your plan should allow for, and actually it better have a way for you to make adjustments to what you're doing, your programs, your services, and your activities during the project period. And I'll talk about more of that in a second. So overall, your plan will outline the types of data you're going to be collecting, when you're going to collect the data, the methods to collect the data, the tools you're going to use to collect the data, how data will be analyzed, when the outcomes are going to be reported, and who you're going to and who's going to be responsible for each element of the data, of the evaluations. So the framework I've used for the most part, is displayed here. I kind of go with, the evaluation plan discusses like the plan and design, how you're going to assess all aspects of the program. Again, how you're going to collect and analyze all of the data pieces. Your objectives they come in handy here because they do serve as the baseline of your evaluation. How you're going to communicate the results and to who you're going to communicate your results to. And then, you have to make necessary changes to the program based on the results that you've received and communicated. So it's a continuous cycle of assessment and improvement, and you continuously go through this for the life cycle of the grant and possibly even after the grant is finished. So in planning and designing the evaluation, you need to think about the data. You'll be able to determine the success of your activities. So for me, and I think in all of the grants that you're going to want to do, you're really going to want to talk about both formative and summative evaluations. The formative evaluations, I like to think it focuses on what's happening during the project year or in real time. You assess the services in real time to make sure the activities are of the best quality and they're the most effective. This evaluation helps you to kind of stay on track. It identifies outcomes early to make sure that you are on track. And if you're not, it helps you to be able to say, okay, I need to get on track, and how do I get on track? You can identify and examine the unanticipated outcomes that come from implementing a project. A lot of times when you think of a formative evaluation, you start to think of the present tense kind of verbs when you're using, when you're doing formative assessments. Summative evaluations, on the other hand, they talk about services more after things have already occurred. They help to demonstrate if what you said you would do was effective. It's helpful to kind of think of this as more of a past tense kind of verbiage that you would use in regards to a summative evaluation. Now, summative evaluations a lot of times is about when everything is done at the end, and now you're trying to bring it all together. But there's a little star by that. If you have a grant that has multiple years, your summative evaluation at the end of that year could actually become something that helps you to make adjustments for the next year. So this does depend on how long of a grant period you have going on, and it will give you opportunity to make changes. Now, for me, I know a lot of people hate this thing I'm about to talk about, but I love it. An effective tool I use to kind of organize not just the program, but some of my evaluation efforts is a logic model. I love how I can put together, like, visually the resources, the activities, the outcomes, my methods, all of those things, for being able to kind of frame how I want to implement the program and then evaluate the different elements of the program. So real quickly, kind of go through that. The template I use it's adapted from a combination of the Kellogg Foundation and from the United Way. There are a lot of different models. This PowerPoint is actually uploaded in the Google Doc, and so there's a reference to this logic model development guide, but it has references to other models for logic models. But this is the one that it's my go-to. I might change it based on the spacing and things like that so that it may become more visually appealing, but it really helps me to kind of really hone in on what it is I'm trying to do and how I'm trying to move the needle in a sense. So basically, I look at the logic model as this. Here's what I need. Those are my inputs. If I have them, then I can do this stuff. Those are my activities. If I can do this stuff, then I will specifically do these particular things. Those are my outputs. If I do these things, then my participants will benefit in this way. Those are going to be my outcomes. Now, if my participants benefit this way, I will achieve these objectives. And so that's kind of how I logically flow through it. In more technical terms, your inputs are going to be those resources you have to implement the project. Your activities are going to be the general services that you want to implement. And then your output are going to be more specific measurable units for that. And I'll show you how that, because sometimes, those are a little confusing. I'll show you how those differ in a minute. The outcomes are going to be specific changes to the target population as a whole. I always divide my outcomes by short-term, intermediate, and long-term outcomes. And this is also where I use the data sources and collection methods and things. So it builds, again, the framework for evaluating each of the outcomes that I list. And then finally, the impacts are the changes you're trying to make. These are most likely going to be the objectives that you either wrote or were already given to you, depending on how the grant is formulated. So with a rough kind of sketch of a logic model to see how these things come together. The inputs are going to be like the range of things you have, like staffing, the funding, facilities, supplies, anything else you can think of that can really go into talking about what do you have to devote to this. It's this grant, but it's also the other stuff that you may have already articulated in that plan, remember? So now it's coming into your evaluation. Now the activities and the outputs could be confusing, but like I said, when you come into the activities, I speak in more general terms here. So if you need to recruit and enroll students, that's one of your activities, but your output quantifies that to, I want to enroll 30 unduplicated students for participation in the program. So your activity might be, I need to do academic preparations, things to help move the needle forward in terms of student success. Well, your output would say, I will provide 5 tutoring sessions for this population. And so it is where the outputs become very precise, very measurable units, but the activities are more like the themes or the general categories of things that you're going to try to address. Now, the outcomes are going, I like to, like I said, delineate between short-term, intermediate, and long-term outcomes. Now, the beauty of this is you get to decide what is short-term, intermediate, or long-term, and then it varies based on the grant and the number of years you'll have the grant and things of that nature. And so if I'm dealing with high schoolers, short-term may be just finishing the year. Intermediate could be graduation, and long-term could be college graduation. But if I'm dealing with college students, short-term may be, the semester. Intermediate could be retention over 1 year, and long-term could be getting a PhD in 10 years. So you kind of have some flexibility in what you determine would be short-term and long-term. But similar now, in terms of the outcome versus the performance measure, I look at it similar to the activities and outputs. I'll design it where I state the outcome in more general broad language. Students will get a 2.0 by the end of the semester, or students will achieve satisfactory academic progress. The performance measure is, again, that very specific targeted measure that you're looking for to show whether you've made success. So now, instead of just saying students will get a 2.0, I'm gonna say 90% of the students that I'm targeting are anticipated to get a 2.0 by the end of the semester. So again, it goes very detailed. Now, I'm gonna need to talk about where am I gonna get that source from? I'm gonna get that source from the student grade reports. Or if it's about participation, it's gonna be from sign-in and out sheets. Now, how am I gonna collect the data? I'm gonna talk about, well, I'll get the data from the registrars, from the university registrar at the end of each semester. Or I'll collect student feedback on surveys after participation in certain workshops and things of that nature at the end of every year. And so this is where, again, you're developing a plan about how you're going to start assessing and evaluating each individual outcome or that you're going to establish. Now, each outcome doesn't have to line up to its specific objectives or an impact, unless you want to get really detailed, and you can actually have where there's a billion arrows that go from one to multiple different objectives and things of that nature. That is completely up to you. How you can make it visually followable is completely up to you. I usually just kind of do it exactly how this is laid out, but a little more table-like. But it really depends on how you want to do this. Again, you're gonna see in that guide there are multiple ways that you can do a logic model, but it does help you to plan and design the elements of not just your program, but your evaluation. And then you'll move into collecting and analyzing the data. Here's where you'll outline what data collection methods you're going to use and how you're going to analyze those things. Your logic model can definitely come into play because if you have a logic model, you've already kind of described a lot of these things that you then will be able to build your plan off of. Overall, you need to consider the types of data that needs to be collected. Again, when data needs to be collected, what methods you're going to use and the instruments you're going to use to collect that data. Now, let's remember that the grant is a story, so you can't completely rely on quantitative data. You need to use both qualitative and quantitative data to be able to really tell the full story of the impact of the services that you've done. Your qualitative data is going to describe and give context to the numbers that you get from the quantitative assessments. It's going to also increase your internal validity because you're going to be able to show the relationship between the services that you've implemented and the outcomes that you've achieved. Now, that quantitative data is going to be counted and analyzed through statistical methods. When dealing with grants, it's always a good thing to be able to use a third-party verified source for the data. So if you're talking about graduation rates, don't rely on the students telling you I graduated or I went to graduate school. Go to the National Clearinghouse, go to your IR department and things like that. So get some other kind of data source that's outside of a student reporting it if you can get that information. So let's look at how I would design this kind of section if we're talking about student activity. So if I'm going to put together a financial literacy workshop, then my output would be the number of workshops and the number of people who attended the workshops. My outcome would be to state specifically, I want 80% of the students to increase their knowledge of financial literacy, as evidenced by pre and post test scores. And this is where I say I'm usually include that measure in there, so I already have a plan and know, oh, this is how I'm going to be able to measure it, instead of trying to create something later on down the line. You may not need to necessarily put that in the statement if you're worried about space, but you want to make sure you have it somewhere if you have a broad plan, and then you use cleanup when you're submitting a grant, so that this is part of your overall plan. The instruments I'm going to use will be sign-in and out logs and the scores on the pre and post tests. To analyze the data, I'm going to look at the frequency count of the number of students who attended, the average scores, and the average score gains on the pre and post test. And then I'm going to also try to get comments from students on how the workshops did or did not help them, to see if it's effective. And my timeline is I want to do this at the end of each semester, because it's going to allow me to say, okay, if it didn't work in the fall, I need to make an adjustment in the spring. So if I assess it in the fall, I can make adjustments before the spring term and the spring workshops, so that I can make sure that those pieces that weren't effective, I get rid of, and the things that were, I enhance. So I've, collected and I've analyzed the data. I have all of my stuff together. Now I need to communicate the results that I have. And so the first thing, you need to identify who needs the results. Well, actually, who's going to communicate those results out, but then who needs the results? Is it the grant agency? Is it your supervisors? Is it the university administration? Is it community partners? Probably all of them, because with each person or audience that or stakeholder that you're going to have to communicate with, you're going to want to make sure that you develop a different type and a different method for communicating that. Now, returning to the different evaluations, there's different ways that you would communicate based on the type of evaluation that you're using. So if you're going to use a formative evaluation, your reporting is going to be in the midst of things still happening. The program is still operating. It's still the program year. And so when you're reporting this, you're probably going to use like internal reporting to staff members. Maybe it's just general email communications. Maybe it's a newsletter that you use to show, last semester how great the students were. You might do it in staff meetings or semester reports or something of that nature. Some people create dashboards so people can continuously see at certain intervals when things are going to happen. This allows you to hold yourself accountable and to stay on track, monitoring the progress of the things that you've done. Now, the summative evaluation will focus on what has happened now that everything is done. So you communicate the results will be more in like a summary report. For federal grants and state grants and things, there's probably going to be an annual performance review that they're going to require you to submit, show here's what you've done now that everything is finished, or at least that year is finished. For your institution, though, you may pull together an annual report to really highlight, your successes. And that annual report could be very data heavy, or it could be very visual appealing, depending on which audience that you're going to do. If it's not for the institution, it could be for the community. But overall, what you're trying to communicate is that you did what you said you would do. And hopefully your results, and if you've taken the results from your formative assessments and are able to see that you needed to make changes, you were able to do exactly what you told them you would do. But once you've gone through collecting all the data and analyzing it and communicating, you are really at a point where you can make the necessary changes to your project to improve the overall progress to reach your outcomes. So when dealing with proposals, like for me, focusing on students, it's important that you include this ability to make changes. You want them to reach the target objectives you've outlined. Your findings, for example, may say that you need to increase activities to reach this metric. Then you should be able to increase your activities. In higher ed, we have a tendency not to sunset things, but you got to let the data tell you if you need to get rid of some stuff, if you need to stop doing certain activities. But the data can tell you that something you're doing is working so well, you need to do more of it, enhance it, or there may be something you can do that makes it even more effective. But regardless of the results, you have to make changes, if for nothing, and for ethical reasons. Remember, these are things we're talking about dealing with students and their lives. So if you keep doing something that you know does not work, and you're not operating ethically and to the best intentions to serve the students that you're working with, Financially, you're also not using other people's money to the best way possible or as efficiently as you could. You could wind up losing your grant if your results are showing that you're not making the progress you need, and you're completely ignoring the other needs that are coming in. Remember, this also comes from qualitative data will actually be able to tell you if some students believe things don't work. And again, you can make changes from that. If the students are saying, this is not working, the timing of this is incorrect, then make changes and adjust from there. Again, going back to that framework of formative versus summative evaluations, with a formative evaluation, you will have the ability to make changes while the project is going on. Again, if students don't show up for activities and you survey them and they tell you it's at 5 o'clock and I am home, or I have to get ready for my student organization meetings, and then you should make changes to the schedule of when things happen. You're using that in the middle of the process going on. You know, the summative evaluation will say at the end of everything, then this is what happened. But let's say it's the end of the grant and you see students were more likely to improve on their academic achievement if they were tutored after 10 p.m. Then if it's the end of the year and you are going to implement changes after that evaluation, then you might say, okay, I'm going to bulk up more support for late night academic support. Or if the grant is ending, then you can advocate to the institution saying, look, this showed promising results. We may need to consider something like this. All right. I know we're running close on time. So, I want to kind of talk about just a review. With this, we're going to look at the problem. We're going to open with identifying and talking about the problem. What's wrong and who do we want to serve? We're going to articulate the need and talk about what elements are contributing to the problem for this specific population that we've identified. You're going to outline your ask. How much do you want? And then you're going to kind of justify your spending plan. You're going to really talk about these outcomes. You're going to outline what are the goals and the objectives that you're trying to reach. What do you plan on achieving overall in the proposal? You're going to provide a play-by-play, a detailed plan for your operations, describing what you will specifically do to make an impact. And then you're going to evaluate the services, your efforts. You're going to demonstrate whether your proposal was effective, and you're going to make the necessary changes to ensure that you're making progress towards those objectives. So overall, just a little advice that I have, one, obvious, proofread. The last thing you need to do is submit a grant that has easily remedied mistakes. Some readers will really look at it and ding you for it. I won't lie. I used to grade papers for an English department when I was in my master's program. And one of the things that I get hung up on is, easy mistakes. And I would ding people for just simple mistakes that they didn't proofread. I'm nasty like that, I guess. But to me, it just showed that you haven't submitted your best work. This could be worth millions of dollars and you repeatedly have mistakes. And so you want to make sure that you proofread something. One thing that might be good is to get somebody who didn't help write it to read it and critique it. They give a fresh perspective. They can also help to make sure you aren't using language that's confusing, too technical, and could catch some of the mistakes in your logic, saying, oh, well, if this happens, then this, and they're like, I don't follow, it doesn't make sense. You can kind of you may be able to catch those things. Like I said, with me, I let someone read over my budget section and they caught the calculation errors. Or I had someone to read the grant, and I do them by section. So I write each section separately. And so there wasn't an easy transition between some sections, or where I've updated one section, the next section had some reference to an old information, and they were able to catch that. And so giving somebody who hasn't written it, they'll be able to kind of see some of those things. Give yourself some time. You can do a grant proposal in a very short time. I'm not gonna lie. I just wrote 4 grant proposals that were funded in 4 days. But I can get into a cave and tell people not to bother me and close my door. And right now I'm working from home, so I definitely can close my door. And The only thing that was different on those sections were the need and objectives. Everything else was the exact same. Cut and paste, use it as your friend. And so you want to give yourself some time. And if it's a government grant, you probably need the time to make sure that you plan if the system goes down, if you have to register within grants.gov or any of the other systems, SAMs and things like that. If your grant office has a window and they take a little, too long to be able to submit things, you want to be able to plan for that. So doing it as early as possible is always an advantage. The other thing is, don't restrict yourself to what has always been tradition. Think outside the box. Now, this goes into funding sources where you can look. There's a lot of people who give grants, not just governments, agencies. I remember I had a significant grant when I worked at the community college that came from a community, but they had a huge $50,000 grant to do a project that I wanted to implement. And so it was things people would have never suspected that a bank that small would actually have some significant resources to do that. Or you can work with your foundation. So they may have donors who are open to a grant proposal to be able to implement some of the activities and services and things that you do. And so definitely look outside the box for funding sources. Now, in terms of your activities, think of doing things that you always wanted to do. Things that people have said no because there are no resources. Remember, if you're building a plan of operations and you put in there, I'm going to be able to do this, then once the institution signs off on it, then you have to do it because the money just said you would do it. So again, be aspirational in this. As long as you are able to have the resources to make these activities and things possible, then go for it. Also, when you're considering your staff, think of the qualifications you want for them. You have a lot of latitude here since you're developing the proposal. You could create a position that doesn't exist. You might have limits within your institution or have constraints within your HR in terms of some things, but maybe you thought the best way that this could happen is there's a combination of roles. Rather than someone being an advisor, they would be a combination of financial aid and academic advising. Something of that nature. So you can really start to think outside the box of positions you may want to create. Now, when you write a grant, read the request for proposal, follow the guidelines, page limit, fonts, etc. I do remember that a few years back that people who submitted one of the TRIO grants they lost all of their funding because they did not adhere to the page limits and the margins and things like that. Now, Congress went back and forced the Department of Education to ignore those and to rescore all of those, but it literally took an act of Congress for those programs to be reviewed and scored versus automatically eliminated. Congress doesn't always act like that. And so you want to make sure that you adhere to the grant guidelines, read the RFP, even if you've been funded before. I do remember a time where I sat at a grant office and one program lost their grant because they didn't read the RFP had been updated and added page limits. And so they had a program for 30 years and lost it because of that. And really quick, if there are sections that say they're optional in the grant, they're not. If there are extra sections that say you can get a bonus number of points, then you're going to want to do those. There's no such thing as optional when you're doing grant writing, because those points could really decide whether or not you get one of the grants. And again, don't be outdated and collaborate, show your commitment from your institutions and your connections there. So any questions? Thank you. And I guess I'll take questions for the time.
I've been monitoring the chat and I don't see any as of yet, but they might just be typing. So we'll give folks a few minutes to unmute and ask.
Right.
Anything either. Okay. Either everybody has gone and they've taken a nap, or you were so thorough that they're like, I don't have any questions.
I'll take the second. Well, I thank you for having me. And my information there, if anybody, any questions or anything that I can do to help support, feel free to reach out and let me know.
I appreciate your time today. Thank you so much. I told y'all he would be very helpful. Hopefully you found that the same. We got a couple of comments in the chat. We do have a question. Okay.
We do actually. So, hey, Daryl, Dr. Stark. There was a question about how do you manage or negotiate political relationships with the folks that are meant to be assisting you with managing your grant, especially when they're research focused. And then I think a caveat to that is particularly when you're within a unit that doesn't have someone dedicated to managing your grants.
So that can be true. I think the first thing is giving yourself time again to be able to kind of outline and negotiate those kind of pieces. There could be very well where if there is an office that kind of handles a lot of those things for you, then you're going to have to, you may put it as part of the plan of operations in there, and that becomes the piece where you negotiate as you edit the piece, because again, there's the management piece of the grant, there's the fiscal operations, there's other pieces when it comes to if there's a strong research component that has to be articulated. And I think regular communications with the team that is going to be involved in all of those pieces, and then that plan that you agree it's going to be there. It's essentially the contract that the university is saying that we will adhere to, we will follow this, that the people who signed off on it, they can't just come and say, well, never mind, I don't want to do what we agreed to and we signed off on and we submitted and got funded for. So I think it's going to be communication. You're going to have to communicate, propose a plan, and maybe also propose why this framework works better and how it may be more advantageous for this framework. Now, I'm not going to lie, I find a lot of times trolling other institutions that may already have similar programs and services and how they're designed, and especially if you have aspirational institutions and peer institutions, being able to show how they're designed and things like that may help, because these are the institutions they want to be like, and saying it makes sense if we do it this way because these larger institutions or these more successful institutions do this is how they manage it, and this is how they build their program. That may help as well. But a lot of it is going to be in the communication. And whoever has the primary responsibility as the grant writer, I think, as you bring everything together, getting that agreement on that plan inside of that plan of operations will kind of dictate how things move from there. And then if the university tries to deviate, when it comes to governmental grants, they probably have to get permission in certain areas to deviate, which is not as easy as it sounds. So you kind of secure where things go.
That's all I'm able to see.
I was so excited for Dr. Stark to start that I totally skipped over our break and nobody said anything. So I guess y'all were okay with that.
But the cameras were off and they did it anyway.
Right, they did it anyway, exactly. But I didn't turn my camera off, so now I need a break. Can we take 10? And we come back and we'll talk about planning for your proposal and what that could look like, and give you some homework, and then we'll answer any questions you have and then wrap it up, and you all can go forth and start preparing for writing your proposals. So it has been a day. Yeah. I don't know about y'all. I feel like the days passed pretty quickly, but at the same time, it's been pretty intense with these sessions, lots of information. It feels like the morning was just an hour ago, or we were just taking a break for the first time. So thank y'all for sticking with us to the end. I had a couple of kind of concluding comments and some homework assignments for you all. You can't leave a workshop, and especially not a Sisters of the Academy workshop, without having some homework to do. So think about it as part of your sort of theory to practice. We got lots of theory this morning and this afternoon about how to apply for grants, how to search for them, what a grant includes. And so now we want you to give you some space to really think about and brainstorm for your future grant writing proposal. A couple of things that I actually probably should start with this instead of ending with it, but I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen and then we can talk through some of the things that I'd like to share. I know that you all don't know my story, and so as a part of before I became faculty member, I worked in student affairs and I did assessment and evaluation in student affairs. And so a lot of the talk about data definitely gets me excited and was right up my alley in terms of the things that I was focused on in my previous work. And had some direct experience with the collaborations with faculty that we were talking about. While Tadero was at Florida State, he and I both collaborated on several things in one of several grants. And I served as an evaluator for him on a couple of the grants that he was awarded for programs for student support services. There was a specific student support services for STEM students, and then the general student support services, along with some internal and sort of new programming that he wanted to do that we were able to partner with or collaborate on. So when I talk about the faculty or the academic collaboration, I know the benefits of those. And so I would encourage you to definitely think about that. And if you have questions about how do you even get started with that, we can talk through. I'll definitely share my email address at the end of this session. And so you can feel free to reach out to me and ask any questions about making those connections with faculty. But let's talk about revisiting some of the work from this morning. So this morning, Shaniqua gave you an assignment, or you took some time to identify those three things. What project you wanted to pursue moving forward, some of the goals or specific results or outcomes that you wanted to accomplish with this particular project, and then thinking about broad goals and specific outcomes that you wanted to, goals and objectives, broad goals and specific outcomes you wanted to accomplish with your particular project. Would anyone like to report out or to share what project they would like to get funded or project they have in mind? Let's see if there's something going on in the chat either. Okay, well, that's okay. A couple of things about moving forward, moving your idea forward. A couple of reminders about collecting and analyzing program data. I think you got a lot of data to talk with, especially with Tadero, and some very specific aspects of data. There's some questions that I wanted to pose to you specifically around data and thinking about your next proposal or the first proposal. And what data do you already have on your program? You likely already have a lot of the data that you need to begin to tell your story. So making a list of those data points or thinking about the data that you could get access to, you may not have collected it, someone else may have collected it. It might be available via institutional research or another office, but what data do you already have? And then what data could you collect to better tell your story? Remember that the whole point of this proposal is to create a compelling story. You want to get your want to get your project funded so that you can generate these resources to help provide more support for your students. So any ways that you could, any steps that you need to take in order to create a more compelling story, or to improve your chances of getting funded, I know that you want to take those. So thinking about what data could you collect specifically around the points that Shaniqua made earlier, Catherine, actually all three presenters talked about, in making sure that your story is a compelling story, that your funder actually wants to help you to present this solution or actually fund this solution to the problem that you've identified. The second or the third point here that I wanted to share was about partnership. And so part of the many purposes or goals of Sisters of the Academy is that our informal mantra is scholarship through collaboration. And we firmly believe in collaboration. We can't get this work done by ourselves. And I think you all would agree with me in that. And so who could you partner with to help you collect and or analyze your current data or the future data that you will collect? A lot of times we don't have to do all of the work ourselves. I'm a recovering control feeling as though I needed to do all of the work myself. And that's not the case. There are plenty of folks that I can partner with. There are folks that I can hire. There are students who are willing to get experience with analyzing data. They've gone through particular coursework, and so now they want to see what this looks like on the ground. So you have resources that you could tap into, free resources that you could tap into to get your data analyzed, especially if that's not a strength of yours. And some of you may be or might even be students yourselves and pursuing advanced degrees, and you're looking for projects, and you could definitely use your work projects as a part of your school projects, and using the data that you have or data that you want to collect or that you're proposing to collect as part of your academic work. The reason why we talk so much about data definitely is its contribution to the story, but it's also it's part of the program itself. So we look at data as an outcome, or it's a way of telling the outcome story. And that is definitely true. But without data, you don't have evidence to show that your program actually works, or that the students are benefiting in the ways that you know that they're benefiting because you've seen it with your own eyes and they've articulated it to you, perhaps in their one-on-one sessions or small group sessions with you. So data is a core component of any program, whether you're going to get funding or not. So if you're not collecting data, or you don't have a data plan, or you're not using your data, then I think there's a core part of your program that's missing that could definitely be improved by using your data. Catherine identified some funders, and I apologize for not doing my homework in advance to identify that Pivot was not something that you had access to. But I do believe, as I mentioned earlier, that the steps or those main takeaways that she identified will be helpful regardless of the platform that you use. Part of your homework assignment for me is sign up for a grants.gov account. Or sign up for the Federal Register newsletter. Do those things so that you begin to get those opportunities in your mailbox. Or read the Philanthropy News Digest, the PND that Catherine mentioned. All of these are free and accessible to you. You don't have to have a membership, or you don't have to, you just have to share your email address. And what that does is it creates the stream of, I can't tell you how many creative ideas I've had from just looking at either the Pivot grant opportunities that come up, or as I was scrolling through some of these while Catherine was talking this afternoon. So take a minute to make sure that you sign up for these free programs or free outlets, because they'll provide you with lots of ideas, lots of potential resources for supporting your work. And then as a part of your homework, I'd like for you to identify 3 possible funders for your work. Who would be interested in funding? All of you should have been writing down or bookmarked the Spencer Foundation and the William T. Grant Foundation. Many of you, as you were introducing yourselves and the type of work that you do, the work that you do is definitely relevant for those 2 foundations. And so thinking about being creative about what could Spencer Foundation or WT Grant, the racial equity fund, what could those types of programs, what projects could those types of funding programs support for you? So make sure that you take some time to identify those three funders, because then you can do your specific homework and even more due diligence by reaching out to the program officers for those funders in those particular areas to see. Just have a conversation about your project. And not only, I don't know if y'all, y'all probably weren't students like I was, but everybody kept telling me to go to office hours. Go to office hours, just go to office hours. And I went to office hours. And I know that it made the difference between me getting an A and getting a B in one of my classes. So think of visiting the program officers or reaching out to them, having a Zoom session or a phone call as going to office hours, because you get to ask all sorts of questions, and program officers are usually very forthcoming because they want to. They need to make sure that their programs have applicants. They need to make sure that folks are interested in their funding opportunities. And so they want you to submit your applications. They want to help you to make sure that you're being successful. Identifying the partners. This is the part that, in terms of your homework, that I would encourage you to make sure that you do as well. Like, who could you collaborate with? Who could you collaborate with on campus? Are there faculty? Are there other administrators that you could collaborate with on campus? Are there other offices, or is there someone in the library? Is there someone in financial aid even? But be creative in thinking about who you may already have a relationship with or who you already collaborate with on a regular basis. But then also don't just limit it to those folks. Think about some others that you could partner with that might add an advantage, that could help you to better tell your story or even add a more compelling feature to your story. And then off campus, definitely don't only stick to on-campus partners, but there are folks that might be in the community that have access to community resources that might be beneficial for you as well. And the same faculty or research collaborators outside of your institution at other campuses. These cross-campus collaborations are very popular, and institutions, funding institutions, look favorably upon those. Perhaps there is a minority serving institution in the area, or in a sister campus that you all might have, or in another part of the country that you could see working with. You might have a colleague who does similar work at another institution, and that could possibly be a very fruitful collaboration for the two of you. So I would encourage you to just be creative in this whole process and think about, who could you collaborate with? Who would help to advance your program in a meaningful way that could increase your chances or improve your chances of getting funded? In my administrative days, I remember that, I would leave a session like this and be all pumped up and excited. And then I'd go back to my office and say, how in the world am I going to get all this done? When am I going to do this? And I had my nice little neat notes. I had my PowerPoints that I'd printed out, and then they sat on the shelf because I just didn't have time. And so what I would encourage you to do in the next 3 minutes, while I'm going to open it up for questions, I want you to pull out your calendar and I want you to schedule some time, 15, 30 minutes, an hour if you even have it, but set aside some time to do these 4 things. And the 4 things are setting aside some time to search for those opportunities. Go look on grants.gov, peruse the Federal Register newsletter or the philanthropy newsletter as well. So set aside some time, 30 minutes, to do a quick search to see what you find. The next step after that would be set aside some time, 15 minutes, to brainstorm some potential collaborators. It won't take you long to think about people that you could collaborate with or folks that you're already currently collaborating with who might be interested in contributing to a funding proposal as well. So set aside 15 minutes to do that. Connecting with program officers, I would say that one would take 30 minutes per program officer. Program officers are usually busy, and so they don't want to take a whole long time, but they're there for you. They're there to answer any questions that you might have. So you've identified those opportunities that you're really interested in that align well with your current program. So you now can look to see who are the program officers that you need to connect with at the institutions or the organizations that you're interested in submitting your funding proposals to. Reach out to those folks, send them an email and say, hey, I'm considering applying for funding and I had a few questions that I wanted to run by you. Would you have 30 minutes to talk with me about them, about the proposal? I'm sure they will say yes. And so using that time to, again, ask your questions, but then also picking their brains, because you got the folks who have all of the inside information. So why not go to them and get all of that good stuff that will help you to improve the chances of getting funding. Then writing that letter of intent or executive summary. I think if you respond back to or refer back to Shaniqua's presentation, she had provided some very detailed letter of intent and executive summary bullet points. So go back to that part of the presentation and take 30 minutes to write a letter of intent or draft a letter of intent. Begin drafting that executive summary around the program that you'd hope to get funding for. So my main takeaway right now is what I'd like for you to do is to pull out your calendar and to set aside these 15 to 30 minutes for each of these four action steps that will help you to actually plan for your proposal. Again, if you're like, Tamara, I don't have time, I just really don't have time, then I would say hire someone. And hiring someone might be a student worker who you could share these presentations with them with, share the presentations with, and say, all right, I need you to peruse the Philanthropy News Digest or the Federal Register and tell me what you come up with. Use the resources that you have around you. Perhaps there's also maybe an intern, a graduate intern or an undergraduate intern that is looking for an opportunity. So think about this one. You don't have to do all of the work. You don't have to do all of the work in terms of the program itself. And so who could you collaborate with that could help you actually do some of the work related to the program? But then also who could you collaborate with that could also help you do some of the work around getting funding to be able to expand the programmatic work. In the chat, I included a brief evaluation of the session. And so if you all don't mind, if you could give us your feedback on the experience today, we'd appreciate it. Was it too short, too long? You need more? Where did you need more? I know that our presenters would be grateful if you were to give them their feedback as they continue to refine their sessions for future use. I know that they would appreciate that feedback. It's exactly 5 o'clock, or sorry, 4 o'clock your time, 5 o'clock our time. And I want to end on time, but I also want to answer any questions that you might have or take any comments that you have. Any main takeaways for you from today? Y'all are the crew that withstood it all. So what's one thing you're going to take away from the session?
Well, I will say um, the foundation logic model guide that Tadero suggested we look at. I already pulled it up on my other screen and have been perusing, and it's got a lot of helpful activities to go through. So I will be using that. They also, Catherine highlighted a grant that I should probably be applying to yesterday. So I already have charted out some of the things that I would like to do for that. And I think that this form that you gave us is really helpful just to help streamline some of the thoughts that I've been having about some projects. So those will be some things I'll be working on based on the information that was shared today.
Absolutely. All of these resources are there. So make sure that you refer back to them. They're there for you to use. We want you to be successful in your efforts. And so we definitely, if there are additional needs that you have, I know all of the presenters would be more than willing to share or have a session or a conversation with you about them. So don't hesitate to reach out. But thank y'all for your time and attention. I appreciate it.
Your expertise, we've enjoyed it.
Thank you.